A young man runs toward a huge, red fire-breathing dragon that attacks him with fire. Fireballs streak toward him as he pushes off the ground and leaps at the dragon with a sword. A bright light bursts from the dragon's chest, and the young man flies away as the other warriors watch. He finally killed the monster that had resisted everyone for 3 years and had resisted him for 3 months. The VR headset falls off the young man who defeated the dragon, revealing he was playing a computer video game. He falls out of his chair, knocks the keyboard off the table next to the computer desk, and his face tightens with pain as he clutches his chest. The young man remembers he once had a normal life. The doctor suddenly told him he had a heart condition and at most 3 years to live, that his chances of survival were 0, and that he would die when the time came. Hearing the news, the young man quit his job and focused on his hobby, the video game Broken Balance Online. After spending many hours playing, he quickly became the best player, even though the disease slowed his reflexes. Using what he learned, he finally defeated the boss that had gone unbeaten for 3 years. Bitterly, the young man realizes he wants to keep living, but his illness is finally killing him. So he says goodbye to the other players, thanks them for everything, and dies. He hopes to be happy in the next life. The hero wakes to find himself on some kind of bed in a bright, spacious room. Suddenly, he remembers his whole life up to now, from being a very small child to growing up, connecting with others, and spending his days. Surprised, the young man realizes he remembers nearly his entire life from another world up to now and grasps something very important. He remembers wishing to find happiness in another life and realizes he was probably reincarnated into another world while keeping all his memories. A young man stares out the window of the building where he woke up. First, he sorts through the situation in his head. Seeing his reflection in the glass, he realizes his name is now most likely Eldo. The large estate he is in belongs to his family. Eldo is the 4th son of a minor nobleman from the backwoods. The nobleman's family does not treat Eldo as a person. Only the eldest brother, and therefore the child of the family, Ray Doe, a handsome fair-haired youth, keeps in touch with Eldo, while the rest of the family sees him as unwanted, ignores him, and treats him with contempt. Crops failed for 3 years after Eldo was born, so people nicknamed him the God of Plague, and many disliked him. And he does not like this story. Eldor realizes he only still lives in the manor because he is not an adult yet, so his parents have not thrown him out, and tomorrow he turns 15, officially becomes an adult, and must go through a coming-of-age ceremony. Even though Eldo knew he would be kicked out of the house after the ceremony, he did not hold back. He realized the world he was in was almost the same as the world in the game Balance, Broken Online, or Ishiro. The 2 worlds share many similarities. For example, the game included a coming-of-age ceremony. The game also includes magic, skills, and professions. Professionals were classed as carpenters or builders, but people began calling them magicians and swordsmen because of the names and fantasy stories. The skills of magicians and swordsmen matched those in the game. For example, swordsmen first learned Whirlwind Strike, and magicians learned Magic Ball. Skills in the world. Eldo lives in work the same way as in the game from his past life, which he learned when his older brothers boasted about their abilities, and he says his current job is a beginner role suited for people who do not yet have a proper job. Determined, Eldo looks out the window and knows he must act because even the newcomers have skills. Confidently, he clenches his fist and says self-healing to see what happens next. When a bright light appears in his hand, Eldo stays calm. Self-healing is a basic skill anyone can learn regardless of profession. He concludes that because he could use it, the system in this world matches the game's system. Eldo immediately notices one major difference between the new world and the game world. People there have almost no understanding of magic or skills. For example, the self-healing ability Eldo used is weak and can be used by anyone, but he has never met anyone else who has used it. Eldo remembered the girl healing the boy's knee wound with herbs and was surprised she did not use either her healing skill or her skill for making medicine from plants. Eldo realized he could not keep the house of a minor noble, and it turned out to be a hidden blessing. Rather than trying to claim part of the family property, he firmly decided to leave home and become much stronger. Rato steps into the room, tells Eldo that today is his coming-of-age ceremony and asks whether he is prepared, and Eldo turns to look at Rato. Rato is taken aback when Eldos says he will not take part in the coming-of-age ceremony. Rato tells Eldo not to worry about the ceremony's cost, even though his father and other family members don't want to pay, but Eldo says it's not about the money. He says he just doesn't want to go through the ceremony. Eldo learns there are two ways to gain a profession. The first is to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony, which means paying a priest on your 15th birthday. As far as Eldo knows, the first method is like the game's way of getting a profession, but has a major drawback. You can't choose your profession, and you can never change it, so many people end up with a weak one. A second option in the game is to earn a profession at the Kingdom Capital's church, the best in the realm, which offers high-level professions unavailable elsewhere. Elder refuses to go through the coming-of-age ceremony and plans to leave the settlement before it begins. Rato is indignant, says his father will not be happy with the choice, and asks whether Elder truly wants to remain a novice for life. Eldo tells Rato not to worry, says he has his own thoughts on the matter, and asks their older brother to tell their father the ceremony is cancelled because their father would not listen if Eldo told him himself. Ildo looks at his brother with confidence, while Lieto looks at Ildo with doubt. Lieto gives in and says he will tell his father that the coming-of-age ceremony is cancelled. The next morning, screams echo through the estate. Eldos wakes groggy as someone shouts for him to get up, and his father has come in person to wake him, clearly in a bad mood. Sitting up in bed, Eldo looks groggy as his father shouts angrily for him to wake. Eldo recalls he last spoke to his father about 3 years ago, and now realizes he has forgotten his father's name, remembering only a vague name like Geldo. Eldo's thoughts are cut off when his father throws a bag at his face, but it stops right in front of him. Eldo's quick reflexes let him stop the bag with his hand. His father angrily orders him to keep his promise, saying that by cancelling the ceremony, the young man at least helped the family in some way. The father, with a wicked grin, studies Eldo's serious face and orders the young man to leave the house immediately. Eldo accepts his father's scolding with dignity, says goodbye, and finally leaves the estate. Eldo looks sadly at his belongings for the journey and notices no one is seeing him off. Only a rotten sword and 10,000 gil remain, the new world's currency, and in his past life, 1 gil was worth 1 yen. Eldo leaves the estate and meets Raito, who asks if he is really leaving. Eldos stops and says he doesn't belong here and wants to move to another city to become an adventurer. Rado looks puzzled as he tries to match newbie with adventurer, suggesting it is impossible. Eldo brushes it off and says even a beginner can become a seeker if they can swing a sword skillfully. Rado doesn't understand why Eldo would leave the estate as a novice to become a seeker when he could have done that by first getting a profession. Rato suddenly gives his brother a bag with 100,000 gil and tells Eldo to use it as he sees fit and find a source of income before it runs out. Eldo looks at Rato and realizes he has a very good brother. Aldo turns down the money, saying he appreciates it and believes his savings are enough. Rado accepts his brother's refusal and says he will save the money in case Eldo needs it. Eldo thanks him, but says he probably will not need it. Confident, Eldo leaves the estate while Rado watches him go. The young man knows many exciting and dangerous adventures lie ahead and trusts his decision. Walking through the forest, Eldor decides he must go to a city with a guild and sets his course there. As a national organization, the Adventurers Guild can help you find the best way to raise capital. This is a great opportunity for Eldo. Realizing his only weapon is a weak sword, the elder decides to avoid demons for now. Eldo spots a wolf sitting nearby in the forest. Tensing up, he is not ready to fight right now. Before Eldon realizes it, an enraged wolf is charging at him. It is one of the demons. Newbies can barely detect enemies, so when one spots an enemy, that enemy immediately notices them. Eldo looks at the wolf and does not know what to do right now. Eldo says the wolf is a demon in wolf form and one of the game's weakest enemies, and since this is the first battle in the new world, he must not let his guard down. Determined, Eldo recalls holding a sword in the game in his past life and knows the most important thing in battle is skill. A wolf rushes at Eldo, but the young man keeps his nerve as the battle with the demon begins. Eldo realizes that because he remembers everything from the game, he will have no trouble winning the battle. Confident he can handle the demon, Eldo attacks the wolf, and that certainty makes his strikes stronger. Landing a hit at the right moment makes the system multiply the damage several times. This is the same mechanic the hero remembers from the game. Defeating the wolf convinced Eldo of his abilities, and although pleased, he still feels he cannot relax. The young man discovers that the game's system exists in the world he now inhabits, and the techniques he used in the game will help him in his new life. Eldo realizes he can find his place in the world he landed in by ruling it with the knowledge he gained from the game. Eldo looks at the fallen wolf and thinks that during the battle, his body moved too naturally, as if it were himself. Realizing that giving 70% or more would let him land multiple critical hits and mark him as an experienced player, he credits his skills and instincts from Broken Balance Online. Eldor chooses to compare the New World systems to the games. He applies the gathering technique to the defeated demon. Collecting means taking useful materials from monsters' bodies to make equipment. Many people complained that inspecting those corpses was disgusting and not worth it, and they called the system useless. Collecting got a bad reputation, so a new skill called auto-collecting was added to gather materials automatically. Eldo decides to try auto-collecting and approaches the wolf's body. Trying to activate the skill, he gets no response, and Eldo knows that if it worked, the wolf's body would disappear. So the young man decides to make the final touch. Using the cleanse skill while holding the wolf fangs, Eldo cleans them and decides the skill is quite useful. Eldo realizes the new world resembles the game Broken Balance Online, but it is not identical. Eldo arrives in the city of Ilya. The city buzzes with life. Merchants fill the streets, and Eldo looks around, seeing many people hurrying about their business. A stranger suddenly calls out to him and asks whether the young man is lost. So Eldo admits it and asks where the guild is. Seeing Eldo's sword and bag of money, the man sneers that he's just another young aristocrat trying to be an adventurer. The man says Eldo's equipment is so poor, he'll be kicked out of the guild as soon as he shows up, then smirks and suggests whoever gave him that gear wants him dead. Eldos says they really wanted him dead. The man says the boy must have been through a lot and offers him advice. The man tells Eldo to stop speaking so formally, since none of the other adventurers talk that way. Eldo is surprised by the advice. The man warns that if any bandits hear his way of speaking in such a conversation, they will immediately know who the leader is. Adventurers use simpler speech to make it harder to spot their internal hierarchy. The man says if adventurers hear someone talk like that, they'll assume the person doesn't know the basics and will laugh at them. Eldor takes the advice and adjusts his speech. The man says it sounds much better, points out the guild's location, and wishes Eldor luck. Eldor walks toward the guild and thinks adventurers don't speak formally, since none of them ever did, remembering they never spoke like that in front of their father or the feudal lord. Eldo arrives at the guild and surveys it, fully confident in his plans and actions. Eldo steps into the guild building and looks around. Eldo moves down the corridor. A young man spots a world map on one wall and, on closer inspection, sees the capital lies across the sea on the neighboring continent. Eldo knows traveling to another continent will be tiring, though not very far. His current goal is to go there. He looks at the guild request board. By reviewing the requests, Eldo realizes they are grouped by the kinds of monsters being hunted, and he uses that information to plan his journey. He is very surprised to see a C-rated request to kill a wolf. Requests are ranked from A to F. The request to kill a wolf is the third hardest. Eldo is surprised that a monster a beginner can kill with one critical hit is ranked so high. The hero realizes something is wrong. Eldo decided to check F-rank requests, the rank a wolf-killing request should have, and found requests for a kicking rabbit, a biting rat, and a wild boar, which surprised him. Eldo spots requests for D-rank and lower monsters in Broken Balance online and realizes he has never seen them. They look very weak. The hero is unfamiliar with these monsters and does not know if the wolf he killed is as strong as the other monsters on the request board. As Eldo considers selling the wolf's fangs to the guild, a cute blonde girl he doesn't know approaches him. She is the guild administrator, Teresa, and asks if he has anything to sell. Eldo says he wants to sell a monster's fangs, but does not know what kind of monster it came from. And Teresa is surprised he doesn't know what he killed, and assumes he is a newbie. Teresa warns you cannot fight an enemy you do not know, because it can be life-threatening. Eldo admits Teresa is right that he's a newbie and hasn't even had time to register, and he hopes that won't keep him from selling materials from the slain monster. Teresa replies that he doesn't have to worry and can sell the materials, but she warns that how easily the goods sell depends on the monster, so there is no guarantee Eldo will be able to sell the fangs. Eldo pulls out his fangs, shows them to Teresa, and says these are exactly what he wants to sell. Teresa is at first surprised by the goods, but a second later, her surprise turns to indignation. Teresa confronts Eldo about lying, asks whether he bought the fangs somewhere, says some unscrupulous people bring such items from other shops, and notes that selling them without a guild request will not count as an achievement for Eldo, then asks if he understands. Eldo remembers the monster he defeated, which I think was called a wolf, and he does not understand how killing such a low-level enemy could be an achievement, even though Teresa seemed to think he was after easy achievements. Eldo tells Teresa he recently killed a monster, and that it could not be C-rank, and Teresa replies it is C-rank because the guild's bestiary says so. Eldo says this monster was probably much weaker than the others, but Teresa objects, saying monsters of the same level do not differ greatly in strength, and she points out that although Eldos claimed he killed it recently, its fangs are completely clean. Eldo decides he won't bother explaining who killed the monster because his main goal is to earn some money. Eldo asks how much he could get for the fangs if they can still be sold, and Teresa says selling them won't count toward the achievement but is allowed, setting the price at 32,000 gil because the fangs are so clean. Suddenly, Teresa offers 34,000 gil for the fangs and asks Eldo what he thinks. The hero decides it is a fair price. The young man says everything is fine and that he wants to sell them and register with the guild. Teresa says it is simple. He only needs to pass a short exam and pay an exam fee of 5,000 gil. Eldo says he'll register right away in that case, and Teresa says she'll take care of everything now, handing him 29,000 gil, the amount left after the exam fee. Teresa asks Eldo whether he has a profession. Eldo says he is a beginner. Teresa warns that if he fails the exam, there will be no compensation and asks if he understands. Eldo asks if the guild will reject his application, and Teresa says other guilds might, but not theirs, because their members want everyone to try, and if they fail, choose another career for their own good. Eldo asks whether the exam should be easy. Teresa says it is, but not for beginners, and hands him a form to pick an option for taking the exam. Teresa says Eldo will be treated the same no matter which option he picks, noting that every option needs specific job skills and that he is unlikely to pass the exam in a novice job without them. Eldo weighs every option and picks an exam that requires him to win a one-on-one training fight against a swordsman examiner. The hero knows this is an unusual requirement, and it will be hard for him to beat an experienced opponent with a beginner's profession, skills, and low stats. Eldo knows his level is still at 1, and no matter how used to fighting he is in broken balance online, an experienced opponent is unlikely to be inferior to him in strength and abilities. Eldo realizes losing won't cost him much. It's only 5,000 gil, so he decides to try. Eldo makes his final decision and shows Teresa his choice. Teresa studies it and explains the exam will take place in the training area. Teresa asks Eldo to wait, and while he stands behind the guild administration desk, she steps away. A short time later, she apologizes for the wait and asks Eldo to go to the training room. Eldo steps into the training room and meets a young, strong man. The man glares at Eldo and asks whether he is the newbie who wants to become an adventurer. And Eldo, a faint shadow of despair on his face, realizes he definitely cannot defeat the opponent and asks the man to go easy on him. Scoffing at Eldo's request, the man says Eldo is begging for forgiveness but cannot make it any easier, and adds that a new adventurer can only die a meaningless death. He insists it's his duty to prevent such a death. The elder realizes the man probably does not want the hero to take the exam. He knows the examiner is clearly more skilled than he is. If they clash even once, the hero will not last a second, and the man will easily defeat him. Eldo decides to take the exam anyway and give it his all, asking the examiner not to cause him any serious injury. The examiner assures there's no need to worry because he's a professional, and the man says he'll defeat Eldo without seriously hurting him. Eldo knows he should not expect leniency from the examiner. He asks whether he can take one of the swords in the training arena. The examiner tells him not to. The man says Eldo can use his own sword if it is one he is used to. Eldo warns he only has a sharp sword with a real blade. The examiner says it does not matter because Eldo will not be able to hit him even once. Eldo still wants the wooden sword and asks which one he may take. The examiner says it makes no difference. Teresa watches silently. Eldo takes a wooden sword because it is lighter, and a wooden weapon is very useful when you do not need to kill an enemy. When the examiner asks if the hero has chosen a sword, the elder replies that he has. Standing before Eldo, the examiner says it's time to begin. Teresa warns she will be the judge. The girl asks whether the men are ready to fight. The examiner says he is ready, and Eldo says he's ready to fight at any time. Teresa announces the start of the competition, and the examiner moves toward Eldo while Eldo decides how to attack. The hero sees the gap in strength is huge and knows any chance to win depends on the examiner using a skill. And Eldo knows the swordsman's skill is much stronger than a normal attack but cannot change a movement that has already begun. A powerful cut is an extremely strong attack, but it must be carried out fully to advance. And during the recovery period that lasts about 1/2 to 7/10 of a second, the user is vulnerable. Eldo knows that even if the examiner doesn't use his skills, the examiner still cannot affect Eldo's physical strength or skill. The examiner lunges at Eldo to attack him. Eldo sees the examiner is going to strike from above, and at first decides to parry, then realizes that trying to parry will certainly make him lose. Eldo decides that if someone attacks from above, he can dodge it with a slight move. The examiner uses the skill Defense Crush to attack Eldo, and the hero hears it, remembers the move, and realizes it is only used when necessary to break through an enemy's defense. Eldo admires the examiner's bold move, since attacking the hero from that position risks the examiner being easily wounded by a counterattack. The hero easily dodges the examiner's attack. The hero suddenly realizes the examiner is helping him by backing down. Eldo decides that this time The man has deliberately left himself open to attack. Knowing that if he cannot land a decisive strike while the enemy's back is turned, he will fail the test, the young man decides to act. Wasting no time, Eldo strikes the examiner from behind with a decisive blow that sends him flying several meters. He disarms the man. Teresa watches, clearly thrilled. After Eldo's blow sends her several meters, the examiner lies on the ground. She stops the competition and says it is enough. Eldo is a bit surprised to have passed the exam and quietly thanks the instructor for not treating him harshly. The examiner, stunned, asks again how someone could be sent flying by a strike from a beginner with no skills. Eldo feels genuinely happy and grateful for the instructor's behavior because he believes the instructor deliberately accommodated him to help. The hero recognizes the instructor's kindness and reaches out to help him, genuine gratitude in his eyes. Eldo turns to the instructor and asks if he passed the test, and the examiner, looking surprised, says the hero passed, but is not very happy about it, and then asks where Eldo learned to fight like that as a beginner. Eldo replies calmly that he is self-taught and privately admits he cannot claim he learned all his fighting skills from the game Broken Balance Online. Eldo remembers that when he played the game in his previous life, he spent many hours in it and never tired of swinging his sword. Battles could not harm the hero at all, and he would spend hours talking with friends about how effective different combat techniques were. The hero insists the instructor is wrong, saying he won only because his opponent held back, and that if the instructor had fought seriously, he would have easily defeated Eldo. The examiner, slightly shocked, says he cannot understand how he failed to give his all in the battle, and Eldo replies that the instructor's help was clear and that he deliberately used the defense crushing skill to give the hero a chance. With eyes full of incomprehension and clear irritation, the instructor asks how Eldo can even say such things. The hero still doesn't realize the examiner never pretended for a second, and Eldo again thinks what a good person this instructor is for still pretending to be a weaker opponent even after the battle. Teresa, clearly delighted, congratulates Eldo on passing the exam, claps her hands, and announces that from today, the hero is a full member of the guild. Teresa gives him a card with information and explains it confirms Eldo is a guild member. The hero thanks her and takes the card. Eldo reads the card, sees his name, and notices the rank next to it is F. Teresa asks Eldo if she would like a short introduction to the guild, noting it is not required for membership but recommended. Eldo says he would be glad to hear a short introductory course, and Teresa suggests beginning with the most important part, an adventurer's obligations. The rules include not filing false reports, not disclosing clients' personal information, and following the laws of the country where the scammer is based. She adds that these are the most important points. Eldo asks what will happen if he breaks a rule. Teresa says it depends on which rule was broken. Punishments can range from suspending an adventurer's card to expulsion from the guild. Anyone who breaks the law will have to answer to the authorities. Firmly, the girl says that in the worst case, the punishment could be death. And Eldo, realizing how severe that would be, anxiously asks if Teresa has communicated all her demands to him. The hero worries he may have to provide emergency assistance. In the game, some emergency requests couldn't be refused. If those exist here, joining a guild could be a problem. Teresa explains the guild never forces members to accept requests, including emergency ones. Only the 3 requirements she named are mandatory. Eldo confirms he understands and asks Teresa to continue the briefing, and Teresa says she will now explain the time limits and penalties for completing contracts. Teresa explains that each request has a set time to finish, and if it is not completed in that time, the task is marked as failed, with the penalty equal to the amount owed for the failure, and urgent tasks carry a large penalty. Eldo asks what happens if he completes the request on time but fails to report it. Teresa explains that deadlines are set based on the time needed to prepare the report, which varies by the request's location, and warns you not to forget this under any circumstances or the task will be considered unfulfilled. The girl says the briefing is over and gives Eldo a copy of the introductory course, then asks the hero if he has any questions and invites him to ask them. Eldo studies the paper and finds everything in order. He decides to learn more and asks if the guild has a bestiary or fencing manuals. Teresa says the books are in the library and she'll bring them later, but they can't be taken out of the building, so you'll have to buy and you need to take with you. And Eldo asks her to bring a bestiary and a hand-to-hand combat manual. Teresa listens carefully and clarifies what kind of popular books the hero needs. If Eldo wants to go on adventures, Teresa recommends the book Monsters of the Outskirts of Ilya for him. Teresa hands the hero the book, and he thanks her. He notices it is very thin, and she explains that adventurers are not keen on books, so few are written at length. Eldo decides to start with the bestiary. Examining the bestiary, Eldo spots a kicking rabbit, a biting rat, and a sand mole on the pages and realizes the F-monster section is packed with creatures he has never seen. Realizing he is unfamiliar with some E and D ranked monsters, the hero notices something on the book's pages. Eldo was looking at C-rank monsters, including the wolf, scorpion, and vampire bat, and asks whether they are low-level monsters. Stunned, the hero can't believe they were given such a high rank and thinks it's a joke. A player studies a picture of a wolf labeled Angry Wolf with a B rank beside it. In Broken Balance Online, killing such monsters immediately ends the player's newbie status. Eldo looks genuinely surprised and can't understand why the guild members only take on A-rank monsters. The elder checks the A-rank monster list and finds the pages blank, and the hero, relieved, finds no creatures there, so there are no A-rank monsters nearby. Eldo chooses to study another book, Adventurer's Combat Handbook, from beginner to advanced level. He opens the combat manual. Opening the elementary level's first page, he finds instructions on weapon maintenance and collecting trophies from monsters and realizes he already knows how. The hero opens the first level, which explains how to use weapons, each class's magic, and reconnaissance, and Eldo already knows these rules, so he skips the chapter. The book's middle level covers skill timing, using dungeons, and positioning a lone enemy. Eldo knew this long ago, so he still thinks he's on the beginning level. The hero opens an advanced level focused on positioning against multiple opponents and human attacks. Eldo thinks he is on the initial level, then notices he is already in an advanced one. He says that such information does not count as advanced knowledge, and he is more interested in where information on one-on-one battles is found and in predicting the enemy's moves. Eldo finds an entry titled Miraculous Strike that explains weapons can sometimes deal multiple hits in combat, a phenomenon called Miraculous Strike, and many attempts to recreate it have failed. According to one theory, the strongest adventurer, Gyar, had only a 20% chance of carrying out those attacks. Surprised that even the world's strongest man has only a 20% chance of a critical attack, the hero concludes that Gillet is the only person in this world who is no longer a rookie. Stunned, the hero cannot believe people in the new world are incapable of dealing critical damage. Relax your grip on the weapon when it hits an enemy to land a critical hit. This lets you repeatedly score critical hits. Eldo says that if someone doesn't know how critical hits work, a 20% chance isn't bad. But if the villagers don't even know those basic details, they know nothing at all. The hero concludes this is because the new world lacks a tradition of passing advanced knowledge through books. Eldo sees why adventurers avoid books and decides he cannot fully trust the bestiary. Teresa asks if the book helped Eldo. The hero decides to lie and say it did, rather than admit the book is too simple and useless. Eldo tells Teresa he wants to get to the capital and asks how to get there, and she is very surprised. Eldo asks why, and Teresa explains that most ferry seats are reserved for guild and government members, and the remaining seats are for everyone else, with the cheapest costing 3 million gil. When Aldo asks if there are other options, Teresa says yes, and the hero could be hired by a large trading company, join a powerful noble family with ties to the capital, or take a high-ranking job in a guild. The girl points out that Aldo could just swim across the sea, but he refuses, saying it's better to save up 3 million gil. Realizing the coastal city of Minotan isn't far, he decides to stay in Elia for a while, because he is unfamiliar with monsters and wants to learn to fight them and earn some money. Eldor says he'd like to take the request and asks if the guild has anything for newcomers. Teresa shows him the request and asks if he will accept it, and he replies that he definitely will. Teresa hands him a paper requesting the extermination of lower E-rank wolves and recommends this task. Eldo asks whether he can accept E-level requests while at an F level in Danish. The girl says there are no clear requirements or restrictions on this, so it should not be a problem. Eldos notices the 4,000 gil pay is generous for his rank and asks why the request pays so much. Teresa happily says the query is so expensive because it is hard to run. This query is nearly a D-rank query. Eldo's excitement fades and he turns down the request, surprising Teresa when he asks instead for a regular F-rank task and explains he's not in a hurry and doesn't want work far above his level. Teresa tells Eldo he beat the instructor, so fighting low-ranking monsters would be a waste of his time, and Eldo replies he only won because the instructor wasn't fighting at full strength and he landed a lucky blow. Teresa interrupts Eldo and says the instructor simply couldn't give in because his job is to knock down newcomers, and she is very surprised to hear mention of a miraculous blow. Eldo confirms his claim about the miraculous strike and says he could not have defeated the examiner without it, and the girl says that if the hero used the miraculous strike, he is not a beginner but an expert. Taken aback, Eldo realizes a strike can be deflected by accident even with a special technique, and Teresa quickly gives him another task and happily tells him about it. Beaming, the girl shows him a request to kill a C-rank monster, and Eldo is unhappy with this turn of events. Convinced Teresa wants him dead, Eldo chooses his own task and tells her. Eldo takes down a request from the board to exterminate boxer rabbits for $1,500 gil each and thinks the job is perfect for him. Charlotte lights up at the idea and says she agrees. If Eldo wants the task, he'll get it. Still in the guild building, the hero receives a quest sheet from Teresa, who says his request has been processed and that only the rabbits in Ilya's second forest must be dealt with, so Eldo is safe. Suddenly, Teresa looks at the thoughtful hero and warns him that one can never be too cautious, so he must be ready for anything. Eldo is pleased Teresa gave him a normal task and believes she can get things done when she sets her mind to it. He asks how to get to the right place, and Teresa explains the way. Determined, Eldo leaves the guild building to fulfill the request. Heading to the mission site, Eldo meets the instructor, who greets him as the strongest man and asks whether he will carry out the mission. The hero refuses to admit he's the strongest and says he did accept the request to exterminate the monster rabbits in Ilya's second forest. The instructor is very surprised by the assignment the young man chose. Eldo confirms this and adds that the administrator said there are no other monsters in the forest, so it is safe, and she offered him a high-level quest, but he refused and asked for an easier one. Exhaling heavily, the examiner says he understands everything. Turning around, he waves to Eldor, wishes him luck, and leaves. The hero says goodbye and promises to try. He moves closer to his goal. Eldo thinks rabbits are dangerous opponents for newcomers and should not be underestimated. Moving deeper into Ilya's second forest, the hero surveys the area, sure he has finally reached it. Eldo spots a quick movement in the bushes ahead and grows wary. The hero isn't sure whether it's a box or a rabbit. Something feels wrong, because the rabbit looks like a wolf, or more precisely, a lesser wolf. As the wolf, like Eldo, hesitates over what to do next, a whole pack of those lower wolves emerges from behind the bushes. One wolf from the pack growls, bares its teeth, and lunges at Eldo with all its might. Eldo tenses up and realizes he was right. The monsters really were lower wolves. Aldo gets angry at Teresa and calls her a damn secretary because she claimed the request was safe to send the hero to exterminate the lesser wolves she had recommended to him. The young man bitterly realizes he is too late and has no time to run back. The hero picks a special tactic as the wolf flies at him, first pretending he is ready for any attack, and then suddenly dodging the monster's sharp fangs. The wolf doesn't expect that move, so he misses. Eldo swings his sword down onto the monster's back with a whistle and splits it in two with a sickening sound. Other wolves watching the scene also decide to attack the hero. One of them roars and attacks the young man, but he reacts and, yelling -2, kills the monster. Aldo becomes more confident in himself and his actions, remembering the universal rule to break a group fight into many one-on-one battles. He sees the wolves are out of formation and need to regroup. The hero charges into the wolf pack, attacking with furious speed. He reaches the last monster and defeats it with another skillful attack. Eldo suddenly feels something strange, and looking at himself, is pleased to find his body seems lighter. He concludes this feeling may be caused by a rise in levels. The hero admits he doesn't know whether the new world has a level system and decides to find out. Grabbing a rock, he uses the powered rock throw skill, swinging and hurling it with all his strength into a nearby tree. The stone causes severe damage to the plant, leaving a deep, jagged hole. Eldor realizes that if he can now use the skills of a second-level beginner, his own skills have clearly improved. Pleased with his success, the hero decides to return to the city, thinking that in one day he not only registered with the guild, but also raised his level, which is a good result. Ildo realizes he desperately wants to return to the guild to tell Teresa everything he thinks about her. Eldor returns to the guild building with the wolf carcasses and, frowning, shows them to Teresa while asking if they look like rabbits. Teresa looks shocked and says there is no way there could be lower wolves in the forest of kicking rabbits. Eldo asks what the girl means by this forest, saying it's the first time he's heard of it, and Teresa, surprised, says she definitely directed the hero to the forest of kicking rabbits. She says if Aldo was fighting the lower wolves, he probably wandered into Ilya's second forest by mistake. The hero clearly sees that Teresa decided to play the fool. Rather than argue with the girl, he admits he really wandered into Ilya's second forest by mistake and then tries to trick Teresa by saying that since he failed to complete the task, it should be cancelled. Guilty, the girl makes an emotional attempt to justify herself, calling herself a bungler, saying she accidentally assigned Elder to kill the lower wolves and asking whether he managed to do it. The hero, anger in his eyes, says he destroyed all 6 monsters and is very angry with Teresa because of it. The girl says cheerfully that the reward for killing one of those monsters is 20,000 gil, so 6 would be 120,000 gil, and Eldo feels satisfied when he sees the money. Teresa points out that the boy would only get 9,000 gil for killing the rabbits, so Eldo forgives the girl. Teresa is glad Eldo is no longer angry with her. Eldo now sees her as a wonderful person because she gave him a profitable task that helped him, and he is very grateful. Eldo, eager, asks whether there will be another request to kill wolves the next day, and Teresa, inspired, replies that there will be. The next day, Eldo steps into the weapons shop and is met by a broad, stern man who asks what the hero needs. Eldo says simply that he is looking for an ordinary sword for himself. He knows a good weapon is essential to successfully complete a mission. A strong blade will make up for his shortcomings in the future. Eldo checks all the blades, finds them not good enough, and asks the shop assistant whether any better blades are available. The man says there is a single, pricey, high-quality sword. Eldo asks to try it, and the man agrees. Gripping the blade, the hero finds he likes it and chooses this sword. Satisfied with his purchase, Eldo is relieved he won't have to worry about the sword breaking during battle. He goes to the guild, knowing he has no money left and needs to earn a little more. Entering the guild, he goes straight to Teresa and asks if there are any guild quests today to kill low-level wolves, and Teresa replies happily that there are, with 32 wolves left to kill before reaching the limit. Surprised, Eldo asks what the kill limit is, and Teresa says the kill limit is the number of monster kills that will be paid, adding you can kill as many as you want, but you will not be paid for all of them. Eldo decides there is no reason to kill more monsters than necessary. He says he'll take on not only the wolf-killing mission but another one as well, and Teresa, very surprised, reminds him there are 32 monsters to kill. Eldo says calmly the task will take at most 2 hours, and he does not want to return to the guild multiple times because it's pointless, so he will take another request right away. She is genuinely surprised when Eldo says killing 32 wolves will take only 2 hours. The hero figures that needing a task done regularly likely means his strength is at E rank. Eldo picks up a paper asking him to kill 546 spear mice for 4,000 gil each and is pleased that the job suits him, so he tells Teresa. She says killing spear mice is the perfect task for Eldo and cheerfully sends him on the mission. Eldo quickly carries out the request to exterminate the lesser wolves and says confidently he will kill the spear mice. Entering another dense forest, the hero finds many trees, a small stream, and a bridge across it. Eldo wonders if he has reached the right place. The place looks slightly different from how Teresa described it. He also recalls the girl saying the forest was magnificent. He notices that besides white fur, black eyes, and a carved horn, the mouse has a long, light-colored tail, protruding white front teeth, and sharp claws. She sits motionless. Seeing the sharp horn, Eldo decides the creature before him is a spear mouse. Realizing he has entered their territory, he decides to kill that mouse first. The creature suddenly lets out a long, loud, disgusting squeak, probably calling other mice, and he is clearly surprised by both the mouse's behavior and the unexpected noise. The mouse screams so loudly the hero begins to turn, expecting an attack by a horde of similar creatures, and mice all around Eldo answer the first squeak just as loudly and disgustingly. The hero says the creature must have called its relatives, and he is very unhappy about it. The noise around Eldo becomes unbearable. The squeak is so loud he cannot tell if there are 10 or 20 mice around him. Eldo decides he must kill as many mice as he can before the rest of the pack arrives. Springing forward, he attacks the squeaking mouse. One swing of his arm ends its life. Seeing the monster's body cut in half, he realizes each mouse is weak alone and easy to kill one by one. Facing the swarms of mice in the grass closing in on him, Eldo realizes this will be one of the hardest battles he has ever fought and steels himself to fight. The hero realizes that in this fight, he can only make up for his weak attributes with a single skill, which is risky, and that he will still miss some attacks because the enemies are so numerous. Tightening his grip on the sword, he prepares to attack using germination. The mice rush at Eldo, relying on their numbers, small size, and speed, while he is completely alone. Several spear mice leap at him to wound him, but he stands firm and with all his strength cleaves them in two with a single swing of his sword, and suddenly the horn of one spear mouse twists on its axis. A pack monster, its horn twisting, darts past Eldo's shoulder and injures him. Eldo gives a quick cry of sudden but bearable pain as the mice stay close and get ready to attack. Realizing the pain is bearable, and this is the only way to defeat the mice, Eldo presses on as the monsters attack and decides that despite their numbers, he can use several other skills. For example, the hero keeps killing mice, taking out 3 at once with a single sweep of his hand as they squeal and die. Most monster attacks are dodged, but some still hit him. Remembering that the self-heal is crucial, the hero clenches his fist and knows that the timing of recovery matters, so a beginner must not waste mana. Eldo chooses to act calmly and decisively in every situation, not rushing and weighing your actions. Certain he will defeat all his enemies no matter what. The young man will then heal himself so he can keep fighting with the same determination. Behind the counter, the girl sees a huge pile of peeled horns And after Eldo says how many monsters he has killed, she repeats the number in admiration. 276. She is left speechless. Eldo is once again convinced Teresa is pretending to be clueless in front of him. He remembers how she asked the hero, clearly saying the task would be perfect for him, which proved to be false. Eldo tells of his encounter with mice, saying he found one and it called its kin. The hero asks if it should be like that, and Teresa replies, it never happens. The hero suggests that because the mice attack in packs, they should be E rank, and Teresa replies that these spear mice do gather in groups, but not in such large numbers. Teresa suddenly understands what happened to Eldo and says those horns do not belong to spear mice, but to combat spear mice. Eldo asks if it's a different monster, and the girl replies quickly that normal spear mice are E rank, while combat mice are C rank. The hero pauses, wondering whether he failed the task. Teresa replies that this is the last thing to worry about, adds that going alone against an army of such monsters is certain death, and asks if he knew that. Eldo says that now that he's handled the mice, there is no point in worrying about them, and asks Teresa to change his task. Teresa replies firmly that the request cannot be changed under any circumstances. Hearing this left them disheartened, a little surprised, and even upset. Teresa quickly points out there is no need to be sad yet, since the spearman's warm ice horns can be sold for a good price. When the hero asks about the horn's price, Teresa happily says one item sells for 20,000 gil because the monsters are C rank. Eldo eagerly says he wants to sell everything, and Teresa rushes to help him. The girl hands Eldo bags stuffed with cash. The hero looks at the coins he earned with admiration. After that, he takes a coin from the bag and examines it carefully, sees the coins are platinum, and remembers one of them is worth 1 million gold. Teresa says she has not paid with platinum coins for a long time. The girl also warns Eldo not to walk around the city showing his platinum coins because that could attract thieves. Eldo is genuinely surprised there are thieves in the city since he's never met any, and Teresa says Ilya is relatively safe, but warns that if Eldo is suddenly attacked, he must be ready to resist the thieves. The girl asks whether the hero will go to the capital since he has already saved enough for the trip, and Eldos says she is right and wants to leave as soon as he can. Teresa admits she's sad the hero will no longer be in Ilya, noting the city hasn't seen an adventurer as strong as Eldo in a long time, and the young man replies confidently that he'll return if he ever wants to. The girl asks why the hero is going to the capital, and Eldo answers briefly that he has business there to further his career as an adventurer. Eldo turns to leave and says goodbye to Teresa. A few steps later, the girl calls him back, springs up from the counter, and runs over, saying she has something to tell him. Bowing sharply, she apologizes, guilty of lying about the box of rabbits. Eldo studies her face, searching his memory, and to Teresa's surprise says it's not a big deal, and he has long forgotten it, then adds that she should not do this to other people. Eldo smiles and says the other adventurers could be very angry with Teresa for spreading misinformation. Teresa smiles gratefully at the hero and says she understands everything. With confidence, Eldo says goodbye to Teresa, his instructor, and to the city of Ilya sect. Leaving the city, he now heads for the port city. Eldo arrives in the port city of Minatan, where life is bustling, merchants try to sell their goods for the highest price, residents are long used to the hectic pace, and many others are busy with their own affairs. A traveler approaches a guard on the streets of Minatan and asks where to buy a ferry ticket to the capital. The guard says the Maxia trading house sells them, but they are expensive. Eldo says he heard the ticket costs about 2 million gil. The guard confirms everything is correct and says it is the price. The hero thanks him and says he will go get a ferry ticket. At last, he reaches the Maxia trading house and finds the building is enormous. Elbo spots the ticket office for the ferry to the capital and walks up to it, where an old man with glasses sits at the window, and Elbo says he wants to board the ferry, but the man asks for a letter of recommendation that Elbow does not have. The seller says the price will be the usual 2 million gil and asks whether Eldo has that amount. The hero takes out 3 platinum coins, hands them to the seller, asks if they will cover it, and the seller says they are more than enough. A man asks if Eldo is a famous adventurer, and the hero says he is only an ordinary, unknown one. The cashier asks where the young man wants to go. Eldo says he wants to get to the capital. The cashier says the next ship leaves in 30 minutes and asks if that works for Eldo. The hero agrees. The hero watches a huge, luxurious sailing ship arrive at the port of Minatan. Eldo boards the ship and surveys it from the deck, thinking it will take the sailboat 3 hours to reach the capital. Suddenly a loud signal sounds throughout the entire ship. Eldo figures the sound comes from a relic called the water-traveling stone that can control a ship. Looking down, the hero sees 2 girls on the lower deck. One of them says sullenly that she lost at something again. The other says they must both have been in too much of a hurry, and the first replies that she followed the instructions exactly. Eldo notices objects and materials laid out on the table before the girls, including berries, roots, plants, and dry twigs, and realizes they are brewing a potion. Guessing the potion they're brewing, he says the name aloud, Pale Green Spirit Potion. One of the girls hears him and turns toward him. She snaps at him, asking what he just said and calling him an adventurer. Eldo repeats the potion name louder and, seeing the girls' surprised faces, asks if he was mistaken. Hoping they can still brew the potion successfully, the girls ask if he knows how to prepare it. The girl in the white dress asks if Eldo can brew the potion, and he says he has the recipe memorized and can easily help them prepare what they need. Genuinely surprised but happy, the girl asks Eldo to help her brew the potion and says she will pay any price he names. Regretting her choice of words, the hero asks for a price of 10 million gil. The girl looked genuinely surprised and asked if that was the whole amount, which she clearly did not think was large. Surprised, Eldo finds the low price trivial and has no idea how much money the stranger actually has, and he says 10 million gil will be enough. In just 10 minutes, the hero makes the potion and tells the girls he is finished. The girl who asked the hero for help looks genuinely happy and satisfied as she says she finally has the potion. Another girl, revealed as the first girl's maid, cheerfully calls her Ms. Mina, and Aldo is glad he prepared the potion without problems, but remains curious about the girl who asked him to do it and about her identity. The hero spots an error in Mina's recipe, and the potion was missing just 1 leaf from the holy tree, a high-class ingredient. Mina smiles at Eldo, says she doesn't know how to thank him, and hands him the promised 10 million gil. Counting the money, the hero sees far more than expected and asks why she gave him so much, and the girl says he is mistaken because he made enough potion for 2 bottles. She says she could give more, but asked to take a card with a coat of arms instead of money. Aldo examines the card and asks what it is. The girl says it's a token of gratitude from the Maxia company that proves their trust. If shown in the capital or in stores, it tells others the card's owner can be trusted. Eldo asks if the girl is sure about giving something so important to the first person she meets. She replies that it is possible because she heard his voice, adding that anyone who serves as the company's chairman must at least understand such matters. Eldo is taken aback to learn Mina is the company's chairman. Introducing herself, Mina Maxia says she is the chairwoman of the Maxia company that manages the ship. Surprised, the hero realizes he has just struck a perfect deal. Aldo says he never expected recognition from the company chairman and is very grateful, and Mina replies she should thank him because he helped her get the medicine she needed. Mina asks the hero's name, and he tells her. She wishes Eldor a pleasant journey and says she looks forward to their next meeting. The hero returns her farewell. Eldo suddenly calls to Mina, points at the water, and asks whether something is in it. Mina does not immediately understand. The hero watches the water and realizes something is coming toward the ship. It darts closer. Fussing, Mina says the ship was built to resist monster attacks, so it should hold. but she still suggests checking and sends a sailor to see who is approaching. Peering through the telescope, the sailor sees something terrible in the water and becomes very frightened. A huge sea dragon is rushing toward the ship at high speed and is clearly not in a friendly mood. A sailor screams that the monster is swimming straight toward the ship, and Mina says that cannot be because these dragons do not live in these waters and are found 500 kilometers from this part of the reservoir. Eldor remembers the sea dragon as a creature a bit stronger than the lower sea-rank wolves, and it fights with harpoon-like limbs. The hero knows that a newcomer like him will die instantly if struck by such a creature. Eldo asks whether the passengers will be safe, and Mina, shaken, says the ship is not designed to withstand such monsters and frantically orders everyone who can fight to gather while sending the rest below decks. Watching the monster closely, Eldo concludes the creature intends to attack the mast. Fearful, Mina says nothing can be done because destroying the mast will make them lose the water-traveling stones and prevent them from reaching the capital. The hero realizes the only way out is to destroy the dragon. Eldo scans the crowd of fighters on deck and loudly asks who can attack from long range. Several volunteers in the front row raise their hands. 2 boys, 1 man, and 2 girls. Eldo studies them closely. 3 mages and 2 archers. He concludes this is a good selection. There is only one problem. He asks the volunteers who can protect the mast. Mita interrupts Eldo and says no one is ready because a rancor monster is attacking the ship, adding that no one has ever been able to defeat one. Aldo sees he has no choice, exhales deeply, and says confidently he will do it himself. The hero leaps onto the railing along the deck edge and watches the dragon approach the sea. Without warning, he turns to the crowd and yells for them to attack. Volunteers start firing at the dragon, some using magic and others shooting arrows. Wounded by the attack, the dragon plunges deeper into the water. Many in the crowd expect the battle to be over, but the monster resurfaces and charges toward the ship. Those aboard scream in fear and are surprised their attack failed to stop it. Eldo notices numerous wounds across the dragon's body that do not seem to hinder him at all from moving. The hero admits he was wrong, and the attack succeeded. The main thing is to keep striking. The people follow him and keep shelling with the same intensity. Eldo knows that if they keep moving forward, they'll definitely lure the dragon up. That's not a problem. Finally, at the ship, the monster dives into the water and, thrashing its tail, disappears beneath the surface and under the ship. The dragon rises from the water right in front of the hero, and he realizes this is his chance to kill the monster. The monster's actions are unpredictable, but Eldo stays calm. A dragon bursts from the water right in front of him, and while the crew and travelers recoil in fear, Eldo already knows what to do. A harpoon-like limb bursts from beneath the water, aiming for the mast. Eldo draws his sword from its sheath and confidently prepares to strike back. The young man hopes the dragon's attack will land as a critical hit. Without hesitation, the hero pushes off the railing, flies up to the dragon's limb, and lands a critical blow. Hit hard, the dragon roars as Eldos's face twists in fear. The young man pushes the sword away and uses it to force the monster's limb back into the water, while the ship's guests and the entire crew watch Eldos's actions in shock. The young man knows that with this fighting technique, even a beginner can withstand the monster's blows. Everyone on the ship still sighs in disbelief at who this adventurer is and how he drove off the sea dragon with a sword, and I want to know who Eldo really is. Eldo scowls at the thought that while everyone on the ship is worried, he is the one risking his life for them, and he knows that with decisive strikes, he can fend off the monster because its attacks are easy to predict. Mina calls to the crowd and tells them to keep fighting to help Eldo, and the people come to their senses and resume their many attacks. The dragon takes blow after blow and is badly hurt. Growing angrier, he lifts both sharp limbs from under the water to land heavier blows, and Eldo's face shows he long expected this move and is not afraid of anything. Confidently parrying one limb, Eldo was taken by surprise when the dragon launched a second, and convinced he could not parry two blows at once, he barely managed. The dragon hits the mast behind Eldo and knocks the water-traveling stone loose. Nothing breaks, and the hero turns and realizes it was a close call. If he misses the angle at the right moment, he won't be able to strike successfully. So he must not be distracted by anything. Eldo knows he does not need to calculate every attack because the priority is to pull the water-traveling stone out before the mast collapses. The dragon keeps inflicting heavy damage on the ship as the crew relentlessly attacks the beast. Eldo spots an opening for a decisive strike and prepares. A sudden change in the dragon baffles Eldo and the crowd and fills them with fear because the dragon has lost its bearings and its next attack could come from anywhere. Standing together, Mina and her maid scream in fear as they stare at the monster. Eldo deftly parries the blow meant for the frightened Mina and her maid. The girl had braced for the worst, but the hero saved her at the last moment. She thanks him for saving her, and Eldor says it's his job. The hero looks at the dragon and, speaking loudly and happily, says, "The battle is almost over, and the monster needs to be finished off." On the ship, the crowd cheers, confidently backs him, and keeps attacking the monster. After suffering many injuries and unable to take another blow, the dragon dies and sinks defeated into the water. A crew member on the ship shouts with excitement that the people have achieved the impossible and defeated the dragon. Hurrying, the man thanks the equally surprised warriors and then turns to thank the mysterious swordsman. But the swordsman is gone, which greatly surprises him. The man keeps looking around, not knowing where Eldo went. Hiding by a ship door and hoping not to be found, the hero apologizes for the disturbance and says he would rather not draw attention on a ship full of guild nobles. Mina, standing nearby, hears this and asks if she is one of those nobles, and the woman wearily confirms she is. He also says he has business in the capital, so the young man does not want to draw too much attention to himself. Mina says she understands him but asks him to listen, and tells a slightly surprised Eldo that the hero saved many lives on the ship today, including her own. Suddenly she smiles, and her voice becomes serious as she vows by her name to repay Eldo according to his deserts. Smiling back, the hero says he'll look forward to it. From the shore, someone watches a sailing ship that has just survived a battle with a sea dragon, and a man in a black robe says he cannot believe the monster has been defeated. Another, dressed the same, replies that this defeat does not matter and says the battle is only a minor setback for the Society of the Garden of Despair. Back on deck, Eldo studies another section of the ship as an announcement says the vessel will soon reach the capital and everyone must prepare to disembark. Eldo surveys the large, luxurious city in the distance. The hero believes he will soon become a sage. Approaching the capital by ship, the hero scans the city for the cathedral. Aldo finally spots a large, ancient cathedral perched on the edge of one of the cliffs that supports the capital. Standing before the cliffside cathedral, the hero cannot believe that the place he has searched so diligently is only ruins, and on closer inspection, Eldo notices a portrait of Gaius, the god of classes, carved on the wall above its door. Eldo concludes that despite the temple's disorder, the main thing is that the principal cathedral of the god of the classes, Gaius, still stands. Knowing the cathedral still stands, the hero can change classes, which is a good thing. Mina, still on the ship, asks Eldo whether he needs a church and says she never imagined him as religious. The girl also offers to help Eldo go to church if he needs to, since she knows someone there. The hero realizes this is a good offer. As far as he knows, no one in this world has ever changed classes in the cathedral. So in the worst case, he would have to enter it illegally. The hero decides to ask Mina for help, asks her as he looks at the cathedral, and Mina says the temple is inactive. Mina explains the building was an old church used for many years but abandoned long ago, so it is now just ruins. She points to where the real cathedral stands, and Eldo suddenly turns around. A huge temple towers over the ruins, clearly much larger. Eldo is surprised that this cathedral belongs to the capital, and he notices there is no portrait of Geas on the building, so it is unlikely you can change classes there. Eldo asks Mina whether he may enter the ruins without permission. Mina says she thought he was genuinely devout, but since he is only curious about the ruins, he may visit them freely. Rushing over, she also warns Eldor there may be thugs in the ruins and tells him to keep his guard up. Mina says that even if bandits live in the ruins, she is sure he can handle them. The hero replies that he would rather not tempt his luck. Eldo admits he is only an F rank, and Mina is genuinely surprised, thinking he is joking, until he shows her his adventurer card from the guild as proof. Mina says the guild that gave Eldo the card must be completely blind, and she will contact them to ask that they raise the hero's rank. Eldo asks them not to do this because he does not want to get the highest rank without experience, and Mina replies that the hero does not seem experienced to her at all, but since he asks her not to interfere, she will not. Eldo recalls how he concluded that the hero's abilities in this world exactly match those from Broken Balance Online, and he confirmed it in the last battle. New World inhabitants are hopeless in combat. Their attacks only work when they accidentally hit a stationary target with a skill. Eldo knows some things cannot be done with skill alone and need strength, and he tells himself that if the dragon stood motionless in front of the ship for 10 hours, he could not defeat it. The hero believes he cannot reach the highest rank as a newbie. Eldo thanks Mina for her help, and the information about the cathedrals, says he will try to get into the temple. The girl asks him to be careful and to contact her if he needs help, and Eldo thanks her again and says goodbye. Here their paths split in the capital. Eldo walks around the capital, where everyone leads active lives, and takes in the city. He realizes this place truly deserves the title of capital because more people live here and it is livelier. Arriving at a hotel in the capital, the hero stays there. Sitting on his bed, he decides he wants to switch classes as soon as possible. Knowing the ruins might hold bandits, he avoids going there in daylight because he would be easy to spot. Eldo decides that at 3 a.m. people can't think clearly, so it's the best time to go to the ruins. Deciding to rest a bit while he waits, the hero settles in. Eldo soon realizes he is hungry. The young man realizes he hasn't eaten since boarding the ship. Eldo decides to grab a snack and at least pass the time with this activity. Walking through the capital, the hero overhears two men talking about a man named Egarus. At last, Eldo arrives at the tavern. Although the place looks unsafe, he goes inside because it is open. The waitress welcomes him, and Eldo moves deeper into the tavern. He asks if he can be left alone, and she says he should sit with someone at the crowded tavern table, so he sits beside the blonde girl. Eldo watches what the girl is eating at the table. Without hesitation, the hero orders the same thing, a beef burger and chickpeas, attracted by how tasty the dish looks. Tasting the dish served to him, the hero sincerely says it is delicious. Suddenly, an angry man with a black eye patch over his right eye bursts into the tavern and yells at the waitress, saying he told her to reserve the best seats for his boys, and shouting at the girl to notice that he has a map. The girl apologizes and says the tavern does not take reservations, so the man must wait for his party and take any available seats, and he keeps angrily yelling that there are none. The waitress asks him to wait until a spot opens. The man grins and says he understands. He needs to free up a spot himself. Slipping past the girl, he goes to Eldo's table. The man stares down at the hero. The man suddenly turns to the girl opposite Eldo and tells her to leave the table immediately. Seeing the girl become very frightened, Eldo grows irritated, and the hero says it makes him angry. Hearing this, the man commands Eldo to repeat what he just said. Eldo asks why the man barged into the tavern and demands the man give up his seat. The hero tells the newcomer to wait until a customer leaves. The man angrily orders Eldo out to make room. Although it is clear the man will not talk, the hero tells the man to calm down a bit and wait for his friends. He also says he will have finished eating by the time they arrive. Eldo slowly takes a bite of the beef burger and says It tastes really good. Seeing Eldo's calm face, the man grows more irritated and orders him to stop showing off. Without warning, he draws his sword from its sheath right in front of Eldo, who remains completely unsurprised. Everyone in the tavern is scared. Lifting his sword above his head, the man looks ready to strike the hero. Eldo freezes at the sight, and the hero decides the man is incredibly stupid. Eldo is shocked by the man's tactics and realizes he has never seen a worse sword style. Eldor grabs a fork as the man moves to attack. As he brings his sword down on the hero deflects the blow with a fork and lands a critical strike, leaving everyone who sees it shocked. He can't believe an ordinary fork stopped his blow. Eldo asks the man what to do next, adds that he acted in self-defense and will not be punished. Then the hero grabs the man's arm, twists it into a hold, and pins his stomach to the wall. Eldo says he uses the skill to get stronger and can easily break a man's arm. A man shouts that Eldo cannot get away with doing this to him, and the hero says it's the least he can do for someone waving a sword in a tavern. The man becomes even more irritated when Eldo calls him an idiot. The hero suspects the man might be a famous adventurer. The man clenches his fists in anger and tells Eldo to listen. Holding a bronze card from Zany's company, he promises the hero he will make his life a living hell. Eldo asks about this bronze card. A nearby man says the company gives the bronze card to adventurers as a sign of respect and gratitude and a mark of glory, and Eldo compares that card to the one Mina gave him. The man shouts with malice that Zany's company will avenge him, and Eldo replies calmly that he has a similar card. Pulling out a card, he shows it to the man, leaving him stunned. Startled, the man falls to the ground. Yelling that it's a gold card from Makisi's company, he causes a commotion in the tavern. A knight steps up to Eldo and says he never expected anyone in the tavern to be carrying such a map in their pocket, and Eldo is surprised by the map's value. Dropping to his knees, the man begs for mercy and threatens to hand over everything he owns. Eldo says he needs nothing. Stunned, the hero discovers the card he received holds so much power. Gasps of surprise rise from the tavern crowd, some saying they've never seen Eldo and others pitying the man who bumped into him. While everyone talks about Eldo's map and decides he is no ordinary man, the hero temporarily moves the card as far away as possible. Guards burst into the tavern to discover what had happened. Obo is surprised someone called the guards. A man with an eye patch crawls toward them and asks to be arrested because he attacked first. Taken aback, the guards agree to arrest him. Aldo decides not to draw any more attention and heads home. When the hero leaves, the girl who sat at the same table catches up and sincerely thanks Eldo. The hero warns her to be careful and avoid trouble, but inside, he admits he was only worried about his own well-being. Eldo heads to the hotel with a coupon in hand. He received a free lunch this time, and also a coupon for a future free lunch. The hero goes back to his room and sleeps until the appointed hour. That night at the hotel, Eldo couldn't sleep because he was too excited about fighting someone as a newbie. Glad his body at least got some rest, he is now ready to go. The hero walks through the city at night and sees the residents asleep. Eldo activates the night vision skill. This skill lights the city up to daytime brightness. Noting the skill works for any class, the hero hopes few people know about it. Still, it reaches the ruins of the cathedral. He spots someone inside the building. Realizing the church residents are still awake, the hero moves carefully because he does not want to engage in battle. Eldo recalls his past game's many churches and concludes there must be a secret class change room beneath one. He thinks the voices in the church are coming from the basement. Walking down the stairs, he peers through the crack in the door. Inside the room, he sees robbers drinking and notices a loose lock on the door. Eldo decides not to go through the door and steps back outside. The hero walks up to the well by the cathedral. Eldo starts descending to the bottom of the well. He remembers that in those churches, wells usually served as a secret entrance to the basement. It turns out Eldo is right. After descending into the well, he finds a door and decides to go through it. Eldo knows that entering through the door will make him an easier target. To distract the people, he draws his sword from its sheath and uses it to break the lock on the door. After that, Eldo runs as far away as he can. The men are startled by the sudden turn of events, but they do not notice him. Knowing there is no time for a slow descent, the hero jumps straight into the well. Eldo activates the soft landing skill and touches down at the bottom of the well. He lands skillfully. As the men search for the source of the commotion, Eldo steps through the door at the bottom of the well. He realizes there's a storage room behind it. Something in the white bags suddenly catches his eye, and he is surprised by what he sees. These substances were illegal, the same item found in the game from the previous world, and one organization had been deliberately distributing them, which caused problems. Eldo decides not to burn what he found yet and keeps exploring the area, opening another door, and encounters one of the guards at the ruins. A man shouts that he's found the intruder and calls the rest of the team, while Eldo starts to fuss. Unable to determine where he came from in the basement, the guards decide to kill him. Eldo runs away as fast as he can, dodging many arrows, and realizes he must change class immediately. Eldo suddenly notices a portrait of the god of classes on one of the doors. Rushing forward, he sees a human-sized statue of a god. This is where he can do it. Eldo blocks the entrance with a bookcase. Standing before the statue, the hero knows he can change class here by receiving the priest's blessing or repeating the chosen profession's spell. Eldo is determined to master every form of magic and know every magical law. The world's most powerful class, one that breaks the game's balance. Eldo selects the Sage class blessing. The ball in the statue's hands suddenly glows, and Eldo begins to transform. Eldo becomes a sage. Parts of his outfit change, and a scarf appears tied around his neck. Eldo, the hero, tries to make sense of his feelings, looks at his hand, and remembers that even in the game, after becoming a sage, he never felt anything like this. So the class change feels strange. People suddenly interrupt Eldo's thoughts as they try to catch him. The hero can't linger in the cathedral any longer. Pressing his hand to the wall, circular patterns form around his palm. Using the fireball skill, he launches a huge fireball that blows a hole in the wall and opens a passage. As the men try to knock down the door with a wooden beam, Eldo is already heading for the well. Using the flight skill, he rises into the air. High above the cathedral, the hero soars. Noticing the men are still searching, the hero sees no reason to stay and flies away. As Eldo lands to rest, someone hurls a dagger at him. The hero ducks aside and spins around, clearly frightened. The man facing him seems slightly surprised by those quick reflexes. A man in a black robe like the others, watching the ship, tells Eldo he is quite good at strategic skills and abilities, and he is clearly not friendly. Eldo spots a crest on the man's robe, and it identifies him as from the Garden of Despair. Shrouded in mystery, the Garden of Despair Society appears to be a sinister group intent on destroying society. In Broken Balance Online, this organization posed the greatest danger. Surprised that Eldo knows the society's name, the robed man asks how he learned it. Eldo says he knows the Garden of Despair tried to sink the ship he was on, and the man says he's surprised Eldo knows that, since not everyone in society knows what happened to the dragon. Eldo was bluffing to get information and accidentally turned out to be right. A man says he heard of an adventurer with a poor sword who still managed to repel a dragon's attacks and wonders if it was Eldo. The hero says he is not pleased to hear his sword called poor, since he gave away 150,000 gil. Eldo asks what would happen if he were the man from the rumors, and the man in the robe invites him to join the Garden of Despair. Eldo did not expect the offer and looks very surprised. The man says he can vouch for Eldo as a member of the Brass's supremacy and offers the hero anything he wants. Unsure what to do, Eldo doubts the man is trying to recruit him, but still feels he must accept the offer to survive. The hero discovers he is still only a level 5 sage and wants to join. Eldo says he is not interested in the organization, and the man replies he is not asking him to stay forever, just to try being a member for a week. The man keeps talking about money and murders that go unpunished, says that once Eldor has killed, he will want to kill again, and then attacks the hero. He dodges yet another attack that nearly hits his head. The hero admits with regret that he has never killed anyone and says he does not know if he will be drawn in, but will try while Eldor prepares to attack. Starting his killing spree, the hero attacks the robed man with a sword. The robed man counters by hurling a volley of daggers at Eldor. Eldor uses his sword to deflect every dagger. At last, the hero rushes up to the man. Aiming his sword to stab, he is suddenly stopped when the man deflects Eldor's attack with a simple dagger, leaving the hero in shock. Angrily, the robed man repeats that Eldor's sword is pathetic. Drawing another dagger from his bosom, he swings it at Eldor. Eldor dodges the attack again. Eldor notices the opponent, unlike him, uses only one hand to hold the weapon and concludes the robed man is definitely stronger. The robed man laughs loudly and cruelly. He tells Eldor the hero's death is only a matter of time. Eldor activated the clay projectile skill and fired them at the enemy at high speed. The man jumped and dodged, then landed laughing and said the young man's sword seemed very light, but he was actually a wizard. Eldor grabs the blade, shouts that they're about to see this, then charges the enemy. A quick scuffle breaks out. The man attacks Eldor, but Eldor deftly dodges and strikes back. The man also dodges the counter and jumps back. Eldor cast is a spell. The man realized he'd been aiming for the legs and called the move very petty. Without warning, he couldn't lift his foot off the ground, his whole body wrapped in a faint, binding light, and the enemy couldn't tell what the sticky stuff was or why he couldn't move from where he stood. Eldor looked at him and decided the sticky bomb had worked, because the spell sprays a tacky substance where it lands. The spell looks like the clay projectiles Eldor used earlier, making them hard to tell apart in the dark. The young man realizes he was right to use the projectiles first and then the sticky bomb. Right now, the man keeps trying to get out, but the more he struggles, the more he gets stuck because the substance splashes. Eldor steps forward, casts a spell, apologizes for refusing to let the man kill him, and smiles. Eldor's firebomb detonates instantly, burning the man to the ground as Eldor continues to watch him. The man kept burning, but Eldor suddenly saw him take out a capsule and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, the man's body was healed, and the flames no longer hurt him. His arm suddenly swelled into a huge muscular limb, and his claws lengthened into animal-like talons. Eldor was stunned when the man in front of him turned into some kind of monster. He swung his arm with all his strength and struck the spot where Eldor stood, collapsing part of the bridge and leaving a huge hole in the middle. The man had fully turned into a monster that no longer looked human. Hilda was already in the sky. Dodging the monster's attack, he realized from its appearance that the pill was an artificial demon medicine, a man-made demonic cure used by the leaders of the Garden of Despair, and BBO strips a person of their sanity and, as compensation for never returning to their former self, makes them far stronger. The man's use of this medicine suggests the Garden of Despair in BBO and the one in this world are connected by more than just their name and emblem. Seeing that fighting him would be troublesome, the young man asks for forgiveness and promises he will defeat the monster. Casting a spell, the young man fires a fiery arrow. The monster catches it easily, but it explodes in his fist, leaving him in terrible pain. Surprising him, the young man cast 5 fire arrows. 5 fire arrows struck the monster, exploding on contact and causing massive damage across a wide area. At first glance, it was obvious the monster had been destroyed. White smoke rose from where it had stood, and soot stained the stone bridge. The young man checks the explosion site, confirms the target is destroyed, then turns and flies away from the battle, trying to stay unnoticed. The next morning, sitting alone in his room and holding his sword, the young man was lost in thought. He had been expecting someone to follow and attack him, so he kept his eyes open. It was fortunate that he got rid of those who openly chased him last night. Realizing he must not forget the possibility of another battle with this Brazes, he goes out into the streets of the city. Walking down the street, the young man thinks the sage needs a staff. He can use magic without it, but the power difference with a staff is clear. He remembers the sea dragon fight and believes he only beat it quickly because the other fighters had good equipment. Later, Eldo arrived at a local store full of customers and bustling with activity. Despite what anyone said, he realized the capital's weapons shop had an excellent selection, but every staff on display was only suited for wizards. Different kinds of staffs exist, and a sage can use any of them, but only a special sage staff can reveal a sage's power. The young man sensed he might soon have to ask his old friend for a favor. He eventually arrived at an establishment in a large building. A girl he knew greeted him, said she hadn't seen Eldo for a long time, or rather since yesterday, and asked what he needed from her so urgently. The young man said he had been shopping all morning but hadn't found anything that interested him. He pulls out the card the girl gave him recently and says it's special because people have started treating him so politely that he can get whatever he needs. He says that even at the pub he caused a stir, with people apologizing to him and a red carpet rolled out. Unsurprised, the girl asks what the young man is looking for, and Eldo says he is actually looking for a staff. The girl asks why the boy wants a staff if he's a swordsman, and Eldo replies that this isn't true because he is a sage. The girl says she has never heard of this class. She asks whether a sage is a cross between a swordsman and a wizard. The boy replies that a sage is a purely magical profession. Most swordsmen are beginners. The girl asks how he managed to fend off the sea dragon's attack. The boy says even a beginner can handle a sword like that. She is surprised by the answer because the sea dragon remains an A-rank monster. The young man says anyone can fight like this if they train, but he believes his true profession is being a sage. The girl feels he is wasting time on jobs other than swordsmanship, but his strength shows he must have good reasons for wanting a staff, and she adds that she understands Eldo well and offers to show him the best staff in their house. Soon they reached the weapons room, filled with many excellent weapons. Amazed, Eldo says the whole arsenal is impressive and that every staff here is first class. The young man realizes that, though they are all good, none of them is suitable for the sage. The young man spots a plain staff, says it will suit him, and asks the girl whether she minds him taking it. The girl agrees, but says she cannot recommend the staff to him because it was found in excavations of ancient ruins and is useless. Eldo says the staff will suit him perfectly, and when he takes it, he realizes this is what a real sage's staff feels like. The young man recognizes this staff is truly magnificent and was likely undervalued because a magician used it. Seeing the 25 million gil price, the young man is very surprised, and the girl says all the exhibits are expensive even though they work, but you can pay with something other than money. Awkwardly, the young man draws his sword and says he only has money, and this sword, which costs about 150 gil. The girl wants the number on Eldo's guild card and will pay 30 million gil for it. Looking at the card, the young man realizes he must work off the 30 million gil. The girl says she is not forcing him and only wants his guild number in exchange for the staff. When the boy asks what value his guild number has, the girl explains she needs it to make a personalized request and says she will not force him but will offer a generous reward if he accepts. Eldo knows this girl will pay 30 million gil just for the chance to give him a personal assignment. He asks whether it's too much for him since he's only an F-rank adventurer, and the girl says it's an even better opportunity that she must seize before other trading companies learn of its power. She adds this is the amount given for an A-ranked adventurer. Eldo realizes she wants to invest in the future and smiles as he says he will gladly accept her offer. Taking the staff, the young man tells the girl to handle the personal orders gently. The girl smiles and asks him to wait, sounding impatient. Later, Eldo walked down the street. He thought that was expected of the head of a trading company. She bought a good weapon without hesitation. Realizing he had been given more than he needed, he feared Mina's orders and would refuse any that were unrealistic. Eldo was walking down the street when he suddenly turned around sharply, thinking someone was following him. A new problem had struck the hero. He held his new staff. Deciding to go into the alley, the young man suddenly asked who was there and warned that if the criminal did not come out at once, he would consider him an enemy. A man rushes out of the alley with his hands up, shouting for Eldor to wait and insisting he's not a suspicious person. The man takes off his hat and says he came from the guild. Eldo asks whether that's true. The man said he had seen Eldo on the ship then and had been interested in him. And Eldo asked whether the man had sailed on the ship and why the man had asked why Eldo had followed the young man then. The man says, cheerfully, that he isn't stalking the boy, but observing him, wanting to recruit him as a scout for the guild because Eldo is a strong swordsman. The young man asked what a scout was. The man said the guild had a post called the Righteous Tamer, who received a large, fixed reward unlike a swordsman, and the guild was looking for a suitable person for the job. A young man sees it as public service and considers doing it while his rank is low, even though he will likely be forced to do some dirty work. Apologizing, the boy says he wants to act freely, and the man says he understands and will leave Eldo alone. But if the boy changes his mind, he can come to the guild at any time. Laughing, the man says he is always glad to meet someone who noticed him following them, and that if Eldo tells the guild he is from Lydius, the guild will accept him immediately. Alone, Eldo thinks BBO has no such profession. Tasks are constantly updated, and nothing happens if no one takes them. In this world, there are clients and people who get into trouble if they do not take the job. He starts by doing what he can. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, he finds almost no quests on the board and doesn't understand why. Eldos notes that despite being the capital guild, there are very few taming assignments, leaving the Righteous Tamers with nothing to do. At the Adventurers Guild, he approaches the administrator and asks about some tasks. Softly, the girl asks what the young man is interested in, and he in turn asks if there are any tasks for taming monsters. The girl says there are too few pacification missions in the capital, and the royal troops, besides training, are busy taming monsters themselves, so few are here. Eldo realizes he must move to another place, thanks the girl for telling him everything, declines the assignment for now, and asks whether he can change professions here. Smiling, the girl asks the young man which position he wants to move to. He says he wants to become a sage. The girl says the ball isn't familiar with that profession. The young man realizes that in this world, people pay little attention to professions not earned by passing the coming-of-age ceremony. They are unlikely to recognize anything unless the profession ball approves it. To register a profession in the guild, you must touch the profession ball to approve it. If someone is a wizard, the wizard's ball identifies him. The young man apologizes and says he will not change his profession. He thinks being a beginner does not necessarily make something unprofitable. She says she knows little about the lower professions, but maybe their ball will light up. The boy asks which professions are considered lower. The girl says berserkers and saints are lower professions. They appear in low-ranking teams, but most quit halfway through. At BBO, the young man remembers two categories: basic professions and higher professions. Basic professions included wizards, swordsmen, archers, healers, and others, while higher professions included sages, heroes, berserkers, and saints. Advanced professions almost never appear at coming-of-age ceremonies. Apparently, the vocations that were best in BBO are ranked worst in this world. This is likely because, with the same number of monsters killed, the main profession gains far more levels. Higher-tier professions should be stronger even at low levels, so a small level gap is unlikely to get you removed from the team. The young man asks why the saint is a lower profession when their basic ability, divine healing, restores more health than a healer's. The girl asks what divine healing means, and Eldo is surprised. Not understanding what it is, the guild administrator doesn't even know basic abilities, so he says it's better to stay a newbie, and the girl agrees. Walking the streets, the young man thinks there is nothing for him to do in the capital and that it would be better to seek assignments in another city. Before that, though, he stopped by one place to say hello. A girl sat on the couch and asked if the young man needed anything, and Eldo said he simply wanted to tell him he was leaving the capital. A young man lifts a cup of tea and says he became an adventurer on purpose, but there are no orders at all to pacify the city. The grill replies the city has been fairly calm lately. It might be a side hustle, but letting Eldo go is a major loss for this country. Eldo tells her not to exaggerate, but she says she isn't. Few adventurers are truly powerful, yet they have a major impact on the economy. The girl says Eldo is one of them too, since he recently saved the Maxia company's transport ship from sinking, and that ship was carrying the leaders of the economic world, including her, along with prominent guild members. She says if that ship had sunk, the country would be in chaos now. It turns out the young man realizes the ship is really cool. Changing the subject, the girl asks where Elder is going. The boy says he checked the map and will go first to the nearby town of Fiesta. She says this is a good choice and thinks the young man will be able to find assignments there. Remembering this, she says there is a good taming mission in the capital, and Eldo becomes interested. She says the mission is to eliminate a giant C-rank mole. The youth says he has never heard of a monster there before. In his mind, he assumes it is a special monster from this world. When Eldo asks where the place is now, the girl says the Maxia company has fields in the capital, though they are small compared to the grain-producing region. He learns that Maxia's company is also involved in agriculture and asks if giant moles have really appeared in these fields, and the girl says yes. If Eldo starts right now, she'll pay 500,000 gil for each monster and wants the young man to destroy them all. Realizing this is an unimaginable reward for pacifying the area, the young man says he will gladly accept the task. Grateful, the girl thanks the boy and says the task is very difficult. Eldor saves them by agreeing to take it. The boy is surprised and asks whether that is true. She warns that the giant moles are hiding underground, so dealing with them will be difficult. He says he will at least try. She suggests he take a map and a written request before leaving. After a while, the young man left the city walls and reached the company's field. The map showed he was in the right place. Looking around, he says it all looks like the countryside and realizes the capital has places like this. The girl mentions small fields, but the young man does not know where they are. Deciding not to overthink it, he goes to the administration, walks up to a small wooden house, and knocks on the door. A woman steps forward and asks if the young man has business with Maxia Company's rural administration. Eldo says he came on behalf of the company head, Mina. Holding up the written order, he hands the sheet to the woman, who is delighted, calls Eldo an adventurer, and thanks him for accepting the request. The woman says she's counting on him. Eldo tells her to wait, says he has come to tame the giant moles, and asks which of these fields belong to Maxia's company. All the fields here belong to Maxia, she says, and it's surprising how large the area is. Remembering Mina's words about the small fields, he tries to picture where they could be small here, realizes the situation matches what happened in the bar, and tries to gauge how influential Maxia's company is in this world. Eldo says he has one question. It will be hard to clear the fields without damaging them. He asks if everything will be okay. The woman says nothing will happen unless the boy burns them with fire magic. She apologizes for being rude and asks if the young man will really be alone. If it takes too long, it would be better to look for someone. Eldo says everything is fine because all the monsters will gather here, but the woman does not understand what the young man means. The boy activates Earth Lure, an ability that spreads magic across the nearby ground, because underground creatures find food by smell or magic rather than by sight. Eldo plans to use their instincts to lure the monsters here. Soon, Eldo realizes monsters have come here. Moles pop up from under the ground. The young man holds his staff in front of him and says he understands it all, because the earth will be ruined if such monsters destroy it. He casts an ice block spell and summons shards overhead, then taps the ground with his staff to make them fall. Sealing the monsters in huge blocks of ice, he leaves the moles unable to move. Turning, the young man faces a woman from the village administration standing nearby in complete shock. Apologizing, he admits he caused more damage than he intended. She reassures him it's fine and thanks the young man for his help. Eventually, the special personal task of taming the giant moles was completed. Later, the young man went to his customer, and the maid, who had seen him off, told Mrs. Mina that the man with the gold card had come to her. The girl turns around, says the young man came back very quickly, and asks whether he forgot something, and the young man says, "No, he's finished this task." Smiling, the girl said he was quick, then snapped back for a moment and, shocked, asked what he had just said. She asks whether he really finished that quickly. There were 20 giant moles, she says. The boy replies there were 31 in total. He checked thoroughly, so that number is accurate. He says he's already reported everything to the guild. Mina notes it hasn't even been 3 hours since Eldo handled them so quickly, and the young man explains he used magic to lure them. He says he set a delicious enchantment and then used the Earthbait ability to destroy where they were meeting. And Mina says this is the first she's heard of it and asks the young man if he understands not only the sword, but also magic. The young man says he does not really understand it, that it is his main profession, and the sword is just a tool for him. The girl says Eldo is not human and announces his mission is complete. He plans to head to Fiesta. Mina says she'll pray for him because adventurers must travel to other cities to do it. Sometime later, the young man goes to the Adventurers Guild. The administrator hands him the money and announces his reward from Maxia Company was 20 million gil. He is stunned by the size of the sum. The girl says this is probably an extra reward. Eldo will think that although people call him too strong, the same can be said of Maxia's company. A few days later, Eldo arrives in Fiesta City and goes straight to the Adventurers Guild, where he finds only a few task sheets. Suspecting there may be a few monsters here because the city is close to the capital, he plans to go elsewhere later but wants to finish the tasks in Fiesta while he's here. Turning to the woman administrator, he asks if he may ask a question. She asks what he is interested in, and Eldo says he wants to take on an assignment and asks if he can report on one he received in another city. She says that if the guild is inside the country, it is possible. If the young man brings a written request and a piece of the tamed monster as proof, everything will be fine. He picks several tasks and says he will take them. The girl replies that the task is to tame the grass, mantises, and giant frogs. It's good there are still errands to run, she says, and the boy asks what she means. The female administrator says that a girl called Flame Pike has arrived at Fiesta and goes by 2 names. Eldo introduces a pumped-up man and says the Flaming Pike is a powerful name. The girl explains there are reasons for this. Adventurers receive 2 names, and with Gillard's whereabouts unknown, Flame Pike is now the world's strongest and most famous adventurer. Eldo doubts he is such a great adventurer, says he truly wants to meet that adventurer, and notes that no one knows where Gillard is. Sometime later, the young man stood in the forest near the city of Fiesta and said he would probably begin his task here. The young man casts a search spell, sending an invisible wave of magic that lets his eye see images of praying mantises hiding in the trees. Finding about 10 within 10 kilometers, he identifies them as grass mantises he must deal with to complete one of 2 tasks. Stepping forward, he activates magical invisibility and vanishes into thin air. Magical invisibility is a skill that lets you hide. Other spells deactivate it, but it lets the caster attack the enemy unnoticed, allowing them to reach the mantises and then suddenly appear before them. Using a fire ring spell, he traps the monsters in flames, so they cannot escape, then tightens the ring and burns them quickly, successfully handling the first batch. Scout with magic search, then attack from magic invisibility. This is the sage's basic tactic for hunting alone, and though other methods exist, it is the most effective against large numbers of monsters. Something suddenly grabs his attention, so he uses a magical search to investigate. Suddenly, the young man sees a girl battling a huge gorilla-like monster and realizes the creature is the area's boss. The area boss is a strong monster that shows up at a set time. Beat it to earn lots of experience and level up. The young man used magical invisibility because he wanted to get closer to them first and then see what was happening. Even if you defeat the area boss together, everyone will still get decent experience, and if the battle gets tough, the boss will likely take advantage. Approaching the battlefield, the young man saw a gorilla boss and a blonde girl holding a spear. Lunging forward, the girl thrusts her spear at the monster, but the boss easily deflects the blow and counters. When the girl flies back, Eldo reappears. She looks at him, asks whether he is an adventurer, and tells him to run. She keeps fighting him as Eldo realizes the area's boss is an angry monkey, and despite its size, it moves quickly, making it harder to beat alone than the sea dragon. The petite adventurer fighting him has exceeded all his expectations. The young man realizes things are bad and knows he should step in to help her. Realizing his current skills are not enough to beat the boss alone, he spends skill points to get new useful abilities. Usually, gaining abilities required a ceremony in a church. He uses ability 1208 Blood Poison, then ability 1211 Shadow Fog. He suggests that if it follows the same BBO principle, the command should work, and Eldo says he is ready now. He first uses a sticky bomb, then a magic lure, and emits magical waves. The monster stops abruptly in front of the girl, then turns and charges Eldo while the girl stammers, asking what this is about. Eldo knows the magic bait is a spell meant to provoke the enemy, and it caught his attention for a reason. The monster steps into the goo left by the sticky bomb and falls face first into the ground, leaving the girl very surprised. The boy casts a shadow fog spell and sends a dark cloud directly into the monster's eyes. Next, Eldo uses a blood poison spell and blows it directly at him. Shadow mist narrows the opponent's vision, and blood poison drains his physical strength. A blonde girl approaches Eldo and asks whether he really neutralized the angry monkey, since she couldn't. To the young man, the girl sounded like she was trying to prove here that she was the strongest adventurer. He tells her to recover first, then casts a healing spell on her shoulder. She says the pain is gone and asks him what he did. Eldo says he was only using healing spells, which the girl says shows the boy can use both combat and healing magic, and that she has never heard of adventurers like him. Eldo realizes that neither the sages nor even the adventurers know basic self-healing. The young man says the main problem now is not that, but the boss lying nearby. The girl didn't understand what he was saying, so Eldo explained he hadn't finished him off, and because his level was low, his spells weren't very strong. Continuing to use blood poison would certainly finish him, but it would take too long, so he decides to look for reinforcements after hearing that a flame lance, the strongest adventurer, is nearby. She says she is a flame lance, but her friends call her Miria, and Eldo asks whether he is serious. Hearing she was the strongest, he figured she could finish off someone like an enraged monkey in no time. Hearing flaming spear, he pictured only a hot-blooded giant, and the young man, who calls himself Eldo, never expected the fiery spear to be a tiny girl. The girl said she would keep addressing the young man that way, and he could call her Miria. Blushing, she admitted she must have been terrible, because the angry monkey was completely out of his league. Eldo insists that's not true and that he strongly disagrees. Changing the subject, he says it's called a flame lance because it has a flame weapon. The girl confirms the young man is no slouch and that everything is true, and he learns Miria's profession was the highest in BBO, but here she is considered the lowest, and her profession is hero. He sees it as a waste. The hero's advanced abilities are a big advantage. If the girl had that level of knowledge and skill, she would have handled the enraged monkey in no time. If she is a hero, there is nothing more to say. The battle will soon be over, and he asks Miria for a favor. He will hold the monkey off, so the girl should attack him alone then, and even basic abilities like a combo attack should be strong enough. Myriad asks what a combination attack means. Elder realizes this world has exceeded all his expectations. He tells the girl to repeat everything he says and asks her to explain Ability 1321, Combined Attack Activation. When she speaks the words, a skill panel appears before her. Frightened, she asks what it is. The boy tells her to try swinging the pike and shouts for a combo attack. Waving her pike, the girl shouted that she was launching a combo attack, and her pike began to glow. She asks which ability worked and whether skills can truly be mastered that way. Eldo says there are, of course, other ways. The girl asks who the young man is, and he says he only knows a little and that he is a simple F-rank adventurer. The girl accuses the boy of lying, saying an F-rank adventurer could not know that, but Eldo insists he is not lying. A monkey boss appeared beside them, and Eldo realized it had ripped out the patch of ground he was stuck to. The boss slams his paws into the ground and breaks the chunk of earth stuck to them. Eldo says he can't see anything, but tells the girl to be careful because the boss might attack at random. Miria shouts that this will let them get closer to him. Eldo says he will now dispel all spells and take all his attacks himself. Miria must respond with a coordinated attack, but she says this is impossible. He says everything is fine, he'll control the monkey, and the girl must give it her all. The girl said she understood, told them to rely on her, and took a fighting stance. Eldo steadies himself, extends his staff forward, and casts a nullification spell. The monster charges at Eldo and Miria with a terrible roar. The monkey boss swung his arm to attack, but Eldo held his staff out and took a powerful blow. The young man cast a magic defense spell. It was not an iron wall, but the sage's defensive power. And then he ordered Miria to attack. Casting a flame weapon spell, her pike ignites in scarlet flames. Using the next skill Eldo taught her, the girl performs a combination attack and hits the monkey squarely on the head. Suddenly, the girl's pike catches fire and starts spinning, leaving her stunned as she shouts that she can do it. With a lunge, Miria drives a final strike into the monster's chest, making the flames around the pike swirl into a crimson vortex. Smoke pours from the monkey and it falls unconscious. The girl comes to, looks at the pike, and says she is surprised it can attack so powerfully. Eldo praises the girl for doing a great job and says they also leveled up. The girl says the boss couldn't have been defeated that easily. Eldo says it's all thanks to her because he only stopped the boss's attacks. Surprised that the boy is taking it so lightly, the girl says it's simply unrealistic, and that since he knows so much about abilities, she cannot believe he is an F-rank adventurer. The boy tells Miria it will only be a short time and asks if she can team up with him, while the girl asks to be on a team with Eldo too. The young man says he's been fighting bosses a lot lately, and in those cases, he takes the fights himself to gain experience. But it takes a long time alone, and with her firepower, they can finish them quickly. Eldo offers to split the reward in half and to explain the abilities, then asks the girl to think it over. Miria says she has no reason to refuse, but she still doubts the boy is F-rank. Reaching out, she tells him she doesn't think he's a bad person. They shake hands. Then she says she's counting on Eldo, and the boy agrees. After a while, she asks how abilities combine, and is told that spending skill points unlocks new abilities, and in short, this decides the course of the battle. The problem is that even when you level up, you cannot learn every ability or convert them back into skill points. The girl asks what to do in this situation and wonders why Eldo, who is so skilled, does not know which abilities to upgrade to grow stronger. The young man says he doesn't know if the girl will like it, but he thinks one combination is unbeatable. The girl asks whether the boy will tell her about this combination, The boy asks whether it is too fast, and he asks whether Miria has ever learned the ability before. The girl agrees, then says that before she met the boy, she thought abilities unlocked with experience, so she learnt the flame weapon that way. He believes abilities are usually studied in the church, but because Miria doesn't even know about it, she hasn't made any progress in understanding them. The boy asks the girl what level she is. Maria says she is level 18. He says she needs a few more levels and asks why she does not want to level up more. Miria says they can swing, of course, but handling the huge monkey will be a problem because it must be handed to the guild and cut up first, and he replies that this is not necessary. He casts a magic gathering spell, and the monkey falls into a pool of dark liquid and disappears. The girl asks where the monkey is headed. Eldo says he used the magic gathering spell to send her to another space. She asks what another space means. Not questioning the young man, the girl says Elda will always find a way to surprise her. She promises to do everything she can, so they must go. After a while, they met another monster. Mariah drove her pike into its chest as Eldo cast his spells. They noticed the sun had already set, and everything was dark. Eldo tells Maria they must not overexert themselves and must return to the city. Eldo was level 10, Mirio was level 19, and the girl agreed to return to the city. After a while, the guild's young administrator wondered what lay in front of her. Mariah identifies it as an A-rank monster called an enraged monkey. The girl apologizes, saying it's the first time she's seen one. She runs off, saying she'll call the branch chief. Eldo calls Miria over for a moment and asks her to say she defeated the monster herself. Miria asks why she should do that. The young man says he doesn't care about achievements and doesn't want to make a fuss about a newcomer beating an A-rank monster. She tells him that if he suddenly changes his mind, he can speak up immediately. A man suddenly runs into the room, apologizes for keeping them waiting, and asks whether they really defeated the A-rank monster. She confirms this, then asks how much they'll pay for the angry monkey. The man asks again, saying he must have heard right that the angry monkey could really defeat this monster. Turning around, the girl says Eldo did most of the work. The young man shouts and brings up their recent conversation. She apologizes, saying everyone was silent and she had to speak up. The man says he has never seen the boy before, then asks if the boy has two names. The girl says his name is Eldo and that he is an F-rank rookie. The man asks whether a rookie of rank F can take on a monster of rank A, and the girl says she also thought so, but the boy is very special. Miria explains she felt played, likely because the system prevents beginners from ranking up, and the young man asks what she means. He asks if newbies can't rank up, and Miria replies she didn't expect even Eldo might not know, saying newbies cannot rank up and it's very hard for lower jobs to advance. She says she had to work hard to reach rank B, and heard this was done to reduce the number of adventurers who died when their rank did not match their real abilities. He asks if it's okay that they did the same task, and the girl says she heard Cardinal George's reforms about 10 years ago made that a barrier to promotion, and the system stayed that way. Apologizing for disturbing you, the man says it's an order from above, and Eldo believes your abilities depend only on you, regardless of profession, seeing rank changes tied to your job as a kind of conspiracy. Cardinal Georgius may despise lower professions and newcomers. The capital church, where people could switch professions, has fallen into ruins, and the higher professions seem suspicious. Miria says the boy passed rank F long ago because he easily withstood all the monkey's attacks, and Eldo realizes the girl must have completely forgotten their conversation. The man says it is unbelievable that the newcomer Eldo holds rank F, then asks his name again and whether he is the one who joined the guild in Ilia. He says rumors claim a terrifyingly strong F-rank newcomer named Eldo showed up in Ilia and even fought the sea dragon, and the boy realizes the gossip has already spread that far, and this is not a situation to worry about standing out. Seeing that the boy is that Eldo, The man offers a special procedure to raise his rank, and the boy asks if it can be done. The man says that if he has the department head's recommendation and the achievements needed for promotion, his application will be approved as an exception, and his merits from the battle with the sea dragon will be given special consideration. The boy promises to be grateful and expects the man to raise his rank. The man asks to see the boy's guild card to verify and then says he should be the one thanking him. He says that helping Anubis reach the rank of outstanding adventurer is an achievement in Anubis's career. So the man studies his guild card carefully and, looking at his sage profession, says it is an unknown profession. Lower professions are the same, and because so little is known, the young man will struggle, while the girl says being born 20 years earlier would probably have made her a newcomer too. Eldo had thought heroes were an obscure profession, but seeing Miria made him realize the hero profession was still not famous. Because the sage does not fall at the coming-of-age ceremony, people may always mistreat him, but that is not a big problem because he knows everything about being a sage. The man says everything is fine, and the rank-up succeeded. The young man now has rank E, and because the system only allows moving up one rank at a time, he can return after earning more achievements. The conversation drifted off course, so it focused on the ransom for the angry monkey's materials. After a while, a young man walked along, carrying large bags. They held more than 100 million gil. In this world, a month costs 200,000 gil, and with 120 million gil, you never have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Finding the bags heavy, he uses a magical gathering to hide them in another space. Miria calls out to him, saying they've already settled their affairs and asking him to explain the abilities. The young man replies it's too late today and he will give her a lesson tomorrow before they hunt in a new area. The next morning, they arrived at a forest. Eldo asks if the girl is ready. Miria takes a fighting stance and tells the young man to wait, because a blood tiger, a dangerous animal, stands directly in front of her. Eldo thinks the blood tiger in BBO is not very strong and asks the girl about its strength. She says it is the strongest B-rank monster, with high stats, strong endurance, and even greater mobility. Aldo says he understands, but even so, she'll likely find a way to handle him using the combinations he told the girl about this morning. After asking if Eldo is trying to comfort her, the girl grabs the spear and says she honestly thinks she can do it. Eldo smiles and watches the girl. The girl grabs the spear and lunges. The tiger charges straight at her. Activating the attack field, she begins to glow as her body is bathed in light. She easily dodges the tiger and slips behind him. Aldo believes the attack field is an ability that stays active for 10 minutes and makes its user stronger. The girl then uses a combo attack and strikes the tiger with her spear. She repeats the combo and hits the tiger again. Pain flares in the monster's neck, and the girl jabs the tiger's side with the other end of the spear, using an ability to pierce its defense. The young man knows that defense piercing is an ability that locally weakens armor. The girl activates the auxiliary attack ability. The young man realizes it multiplies the damage to the necks below several times. The girl watches the tiger as it jumps into the trees to escape, refuses to let go of her target, and uses full explosive crush. Eldo discovers that full blast crushing greatly increases attack damage but removes all previously used abilities, making it the hero's ultimate attack. The tiger tried to run away from the girl, but Miria stepped forward and used an attack from her ability. A fiery projectile flies from her spear and rips the tiger in two. Smoke curled from the girl's pike as she held her ground and finally exhaled, while the young man watched, thinking this mix of abilities belonged to the class ranked just below the sage in one-on-one combat. When her abilities make her physically stronger, she can take on several opponents, and this profession is one of the few that allows her to fight alone. She looks at her hands, pleased she did it. Another tiger suddenly attacks from behind, and she turns in fear to see there are several of them. The tiger lunges at the girl and Eldo steps between them, using his power to stop the beast. Mariah, frightened, opens her eyes and sees Eldo in front of her. He tells the girl she did a great job with the combination on her first try, and she thanks him before asking whether this is really the time for the discussion. The tiger suddenly attacks the young man again, swiping from the side, but Eldo cleverly blocks the strike and says he forgot to mention something. There is actually a hero ability far stronger than magic defense called super defense. A strong option is for the girl to use critical defense to dodge the enemy's attack, then follow with a counter combo. Having scouted the area with a magical search, he found 3 blood tigers ahead and will deal with this tiger himself, so the girl can then try fighting several opponents. The girl wonders how the boy will handle the tiger on his own. He sizes up the monster and uses his fire arrows. Flames suddenly engulf the monster and destroy it completely. Eyeing him suspiciously, the girl says she thought the young man couldn't handle this hunt alone. His magic level and reserves are low, so the young man says he cannot waste them and relies on the girl to make sure their hunt goes smoothly. He says a herd of blood tigers is right ahead, and since they have plenty of time, the young man suggests not to rush the hunt. Smiling, she accepts the young man's proposal. The girl tests her hero ability super defense, and Eldo explains that if she concentrates on one spot, the shield will form clear outlines. Eldo says the shield can protect against several opponents and area attacks, so it is a very useful ability, and Miria thanks Eldo for his help. And this applies even at rank S. Surprised, the young man says she must first properly release the ability combinations. They reached a small cliff and saw 3 tigers eating. Several more opponents await them ahead. Eldo asks the girl if she is ready. With a wink, Miria tells the young man to rely on her, saying she can handle this without any problems. Leaping off the cliff, she rushes to attack, but the young man feels a strange, bad premonition. Miria spots her target, uses her shockwave to damage multiple enemies, then lands, makes a wide attack, and turns to hit 3 enemies again. A smile crosses her face, but the tiger and the attackers around her survived again. She is surprised she could not kill them all and wants to attack again. Using a wide attack, the girl damages the area again. A tiger suddenly appeared behind her and bared their fangs, ready to attack her. Suddenly, the girl screamed and wrapped herself in a protective shield, curling into a ball while calling the boy's name. Eldo shot fire arrows and set all the opponents ablaze while the girl clutched her head and trembled with fear. A young man approaches Miria. She runs to him happily, but he holds up 2 fingers and says she made 2 mistakes. First, she did not activate the boost from the attack field, an auxiliary attack, and second, she did not fully understand the ability's recharge time. The large attacks field must wait about 10 seconds before it can be used again, otherwise it won't work a second time, and during that time, the girl can calmly use other abilities. Feeling despondent, the girl asked Eldo for forgiveness and said she had gotten carried away. Eldo says the girl is skilled and quickly figured out what to use so she could defend and attack with a strong defense, and she still feels confident on the battlefield. Blushing awkwardly, the girl thanked Eldo, and he smiled in return. Eldo offers to switch places with Miria so they can move on. Miria agrees. Later, Eldo and Miria returned to the guild. The guild leader and the female administrator stared in horror at what they had brought. Eldo and Miria stood before them. The young man said they had come to claim the reward for the blood tigers. A pile of monsters lay behind the pair. Eldo said there were 73 blood tiger corpses in total. The female administrator screamed in horror, and the guild leader even cracked his glasses in surprise. The man said that even though the boy has the firepike, killing so many monsters during a hunt is too much. The girl says Eldo is really strong, and even though he is now ranked E, it still does not seem real. Using his ability, the boy frees more tigers. The man asks what he is doing. The boy says he used the magic gathering ability. It sends monsters into another space created by magic. The man says this is the first time he's seen magic like that, and he finds it simply amazing. Miria says Eldo has knowledge and power but does not want fame, so she does not understand him. The man says he understands and guarantees confidentiality, so they have nothing to worry about. The boy doubts his words, but no one will believe his story about a low-ranking rookie adventurer. The man asks whether the boy should be promoted to D rank and says his results on this task are enough. But promotion to C rank requires confirmation from another department head and may not be possible the same way. Whatever the case, the young man says he relies on the man who got the rank increase, and after a while, the guild leader gives Eldo his document, says he is now a D rank, and asks if they will continue hunting. The young man says that's a good question, and because they have plenty of money, the main reason to keep hunting will likely be to improve their skills. Feeling very sad, Mariah says she will try to level up if possible and wants to take on tasks that count as serious merits in the guild. This will help her get closer to her goal. The young man asks which goal she means. Miria apologizes and says she didn't even consult him. Eldo replies that it's fine. The man mentions his merits and says he has one assignment that only powerful adventurers can do: a reconnaissance mission in the Forest of Death. Eldo asks about the mission and says the name does not inspire confidence. Miria says the name speaks for itself and that this is a terribly dangerous region. They say only 10% of those who venture deep manage to return alive. He warns that only high-ranking monsters appear there, so be careful who you entrust with the task. Mariah asks Eldo what they will do and is certain they can do it. Eldo agrees with the girl and asks to see the contents before they decide. The man shows them the papers. He notes that this is a general map of the forest, but marks a large, eye-catching pillar at this spot, drawing it on paper and describing its shape. The Fildo asks if this pillar is really sealed. The man asks if the boy really knows about this pillar. The sealed pillar imprisons raid bosses, monsters far stronger than the area's normal bosses, and in BBO events, the seal was lifted, letting powerful monsters emerge. The man says the mission is to inspect this pillar's condition because a recent rumor claims a sealed pillar has appeared, and he wants Eldo to verify it so measures can be taken. Eldo explains how to prevent a rampage. The man asks if the boy really knows about it too, and whether he might be the guild leader. Eldo says he learned about it as an adventurer. A rampage happens when huge numbers of monsters appear just before a seal breaks. They flee the raid boss blindly and headlong. They devastate villages and towns they pass. The man explains there is a device here that protects the population from evil spirits, but its size and fuel supply are limited, so he asks for more information. Growing serious, the young man says he understands everything and that they agree, and the other man replies that they owe him one. Eldo warns Miria that the mission is very dangerous, and they could end up in the middle of a violent rampage. Miria replies confidently that she is going willingly and fully aware of the danger. By the next morning, Eldo and Mirio were already in the forest, attacking each monster they met in coordinated succession. Isaacson says there are many fierce opponents, exactly as expected, in the Forest of Death. She says they will move forward with no problems. They just need to push a little. Eldo notices something off about the girl and asks what's bothering her, why she's so upset, and whether achievements really matter to her. The girl explains it's a system for rewarding adventurers, and the young man says he has never heard of such a system and asks what it is. The girl explains that you can become an aristocrat only if you have an A rank, and your achievements benefit the country. This is the only way an adventurer can earn the aristocrat title. Turning around, she says her goal is to become an aristocrat for her bankrupt, titleless family. The young man sees she is trying hard to revive her family and tells her to aim for something bigger, pull herself together, and move forward, and she agrees. After a while, Eldo and Miria stand before a massive stone pillar with a large drawing on it. The boy asks Miria whether this is truly the sealed pillar and she confirms it. The young man says the orange pillar faces Fiesta, so about 5 days remain until the raid bosses appear. The girl asks if the boy really understood this just by looking at him. Aldo says you can judge that type to some extent by its color. The sequence is blue, yellow, orange, red, black. This order starts the countdown to the monster's appearance. With only 5 days left, there is little time to prepare, so he asks the girl to return quickly with a report. Later, they arrive at the Adventurers Guild and are met by the leader, who mentions Firepike, notes their quick return, and asks about the sealed pillar. The girl says there are 5 days left before the rampage, and the man asks what she means. Eldo says the man probably doesn't know, but the pole's color can tell how much time is left. Thanking them for the report, the man says he must activate the protective device immediately and asks them to wait here. Minutes later, he apologizes to Eldo and Miria for keeping them waiting and says the mechanism will start in about 4 days, so they have time. He asks them to discuss the reward and will write Eldo a recommendation for promotion to C rank and one for firepike. If she also manages to overcome the rampage manifestation, he will recommend her for the A rank promotion exam, or says they must wait for the rampage itself, so they are preparing to repel it. The man says Eldo and Miria will help if they stay in the city for a while. 5 days later, on the day of the rampage, a huge dome shields the city. Miria asks if it is truly a defense, and Eldo says it is and seems to have been activated in time. Miria says this is the first time she has seen anything like it, and questions whether it can really protect this place. Eldos explains it is not meant to stop monsters from entering, but to use a special magic to frighten them away from the city and hide it, so the monsters will leave and eventually disappear. The dome suddenly disappears. The girl says it looks gone, and asks whether that is how it's supposed to be. The boy says it shouldn't be, and suggests she go check it out. Rushing to the device that controls the barrier, they find it broken. A young man sees a broken device, then notices one dead person and one wounded person nearby. Aldo asks what happened here. The man says he got mixed up with the guards and destroyed the mechanism. Eldo spots a tattoo on the dead man's arm, recognizes the Garden of Despair emblem, and realizes the man was a member who deliberately destroyed the device during the rampage. He asks whether the device can be fixed. The man replies it is simply impossible, because it is an unknown device passed down to them by their ancestors. Eldo sees that the device is not controlled by the inhabitants of this world, so it is a true out-of-place artifact. The man says they will try to fix it, but even if they succeed, they'll have to relaunch it, and will lose at least 4 more days. The man says they can't do that, and orders residents warned to evacuate, and any nearby adventurers called. Elder knows that even if he can handle a large number of monsters, raid bosses are a completely different level. No matter which raid bosses appear, their attacks will cause heavy damage nearby, so casualties are likely, and he says nothing can be done. He takes off and tells Miria he is leaving the townspeople to her. She asks what he plans to do, and he says he will try to stop the rampage. The girl asks how he will do it, since he cannot do it himself, and Eldor replies he has one idea, but it may not work, so Miriam must act with that in mind. The young man flies out of the city, while Miria shouts after him, and a few minutes later, he is in the forest, where he sees several familiar and unfamiliar monsters. Monsters rushed straight toward the place Eldo had recently flown in from. The young man realized he could not handle so many monsters alone, but there was another way to stop the rampage. To stop him, Eldo must defeat the raid boss. He lands next to the pillar, which was no longer chained to the ground, but was floating in the air. A crack forms on the pole, and it breaks into small pieces. The ground shook, and a person's eye appeared from beneath it. Something began rising from beneath the ground. The raid boss was a massive dragon. It was a lightning dragon that ruled the skies. Every inch of its huge body was covered in lightning. Gripping his staff, the young man says he is ready to begin. In BBO, the Sage was seen as the strongest class and made up 80% of all players. He smiles and decides it's time to show why. Panic swept the city. Mariah ordered the townspeople to hurry because a large flock of monsters was approaching. High in the watchtower, the man looked through the telescope and saw a vast horde of monsters moving straight toward the city. Maria pulled herself together and rushed to the city gates while people called after her, asking where she was going because the main gates were closing. The girl shouted for them to close the gate quickly and said she would do everything she could to stop these monsters. Screaming that they don't have time, she calls to Eldo as if speaking directly to him. Now, the protagonist stood before the huge dragon and smiled, recalling the good old days. She said that when he first started playing BBO, the dragon used to be the toughest boss at the starting level, and it beat him badly. Back then, even with the highest level, he still lacked experience, and wondered how many hundreds of times he had died. Awake, the lightning dragon gathers itself and looks directly at the hero standing before him. Lightning shot from his hand into the tree beside the boy, but Eldo didn't even notice. Convinced the lightning dragon would cause damage simply by being there, his business struggled, but he had his own plan. The dragon unleashes lightning again and strikes the young man directly, but he remains unharmed. At that moment, Eldo used anti-magic electricity, an ability that gives resistance to electrical charges and can reduce some damage to 0. The dragon lashes out with a massive paw, but Eldo nimbly dodges and leaps away from the enemy. Realizing he can't attack the dragon directly right now, he looks up and sees it using a divine lightning skill. An energy sphere surrounds the spot where Eldo stood and explodes, but he dodges at the last moment, and the lightning discharge lightens his hair. Studying his burnt arm, he assumes the damage came from only a light graze. This is a level of stress beyond what you'd feel from a normal health loss in a game. Divine lightning summons devastating lightning to strike the ground, and anyone standing in the center can be killed instantly. Eldo is only level 18, and you need to be about level 50 to fight this dragon. Eldo heals his arm with self-healing, then says he knows what to do because he has beaten this dragon so many times before. This time will be no exception. The young man activates one of his abilities, and many magical seals appear before him. The boy uses the attack field, enhancement field, berserker field, ice field, and super magic field. Believing he will activate all the existing fields, he also imbues his weapon with earth magic, the opposite of lightning dragon magic, and applies earth magic and super earth magic to his staff. His hands start to tremble as he realizes the strain on his body is far greater than usual, and the imposed abilities make control extremely difficult. Yet in magic, Eldo is several thousand times stronger than the dragon. Noticing some of the dragon's movements, the young man thinks it will use divine lightning again. But things are not so simple. The boy jumps back and sees the dragon attacking straight down, so it's easy to dodge, and he tells the dragon he was caught off guard at first, but won't fall for it again. Charging straight at the dragon, he sees it erupt from the ground. Seeing the kicked-up dust, he realizes the dragon raised it deliberately to obscure his vision. Now he knows his next attack must be different. Eldo jumps aside and is lucky as lightning streaks in from the side, and he wonders if it really is a lightning sprint. Divine lightning attacks single points, while lightning sprint strikes in a straight line, one of the lightning dragon's attack patterns. The young man dodges bolt after bolt of lightning, aware that even with almost no sight, his body still remembers the timing of the attack. He thrusts his staff forward and tries to use his powers, but finds he cannot. Powerful boost magic has serious drawbacks. It consumes huge amounts of mana and must be replenished by spending health points. His life force is draining, something he never felt in the game. But at his level, there is no other way to defeat this monster. The dragon brushes aside the smoke he created with his paw and spots the young man. Catching his breath, the boy notices the dragon begin to roar and swing its huge paw. The monster lunges, crossing its paws over its chest as a vast cross spreads across the ground, cutting the earth with air and its claws. The dragon scans the spot where he tore through the earth and searches for the young man, but the young man is gone. Eldo says he's just dodging the dragon's attacks thanks to what he learned from BBO. The dragon is surprised because the boy suddenly appears directly overhead. Eldo says that even with his low status, a direct attack will not affect him. Only one way remains to attack. Raising his staff, the young man prepares his strongest strike and fills it with every enhancement he can. Lifting a single massive boulder of earth above himself, larger than the dragon, Eldo says this attack will finish the dragon once and for all. Eldo lowers his staff and uses his earth magic giant stone hammer to drop the boulder onto the dragon. The dragon falls from the huge stone and briefly loses consciousness, and Eldo watches it, unsure if he really won. The monster opens its eyes and senses a massive thundercloud gathering overhead, so Eldo realizes it is channeling divine lightning and is still alive. Looking up, he realizes the dragon isn't using divine lightning at all. He says it hasn't appeared in BBO for a while, and it's more powerful than divine lightning. The trump card, the heaven-shattering lightning dragon uses when near death. Torpedo extermination is the most powerful unavoidable magical attack. Seeing this, Eldo realizes a single hit would leave no trace of him. Eldo raises his hand and gives a nervous smile, saying they must defeat this monster at any cost before it activates its ability. Using the giant stone hammer's ability at 1/3 size, the boy realizes he barely made it in time and only wants to win before being defeated. A massive boulder falls on the dragon again and pins him to the ground with crushing force. Breathing hard after using most of his energy, the young man stares at the dragon's crushed corpse and wipes the sweat from his face. The young man announces that the taming is complete. The task, which put lives at risk, has been successfully completed. Eldo fought the dragon to the death, while Miria tried to defeat the monsters threatening the city. The girl kept attacking without pause. At one point, she overpowered a huge tiger. Then an enraged monkey attacked her. When the monster slammed its paws together, the girl dodged and leapt up, then used her ability to strike the monkey from behind and defeat it. Her strength was failing as monsters closed in around her. A huge tiger stood directly in front of her, flanked by several fierce wolves. Overwhelmed by the number of monsters, she could no longer fight. The tiger started to dissolve and soon vanished completely. The girl stared in surprise and saw Eldo flying straight to the city. Seeing several dead monsters, the young man asked the girl if she had dealt with them. Miria said the monsters had vanished thanks to Eldo's hands, and the young man apologized for taking so long to finish the task. Eldo said he had destroyed the raid boss and ended the rampage. Mary asked whether that was true. The young man pulled out a dragon fang and showed it to her. Maria looked surprised and said the raid boss was an S-rank enemy. He handed her the dragon fang and said it was his proof. The girl says these are the remains of S-rank monsters. It's her first time seeing one, and they look dangerous. Still, Eldo fighting a lone S-rank monster to stop the rampage is impressive. Grateful, the girl tells the young man he saved her life again. Eldor says he should be the one to thank her, but has a request, and Miri pledges to do everything she can. He wants the girl to claim she was the one who beat the raid boss and stopped the rampage. Mariah is surprised. She insists she will never admit it. Since she did nothing, she cannot claim to have killed an S-rank monster. The reward will be huge, so the young man must report it himself. Elder says the girl promised to do everything she could, and he thinks Miria should report this instead of him. The system currently only allows you to move up one rank. Miriam moving from rank B to rank A would be better than him moving from rank D to rank C. He says he wants the girl to become an aristocrat, and an aristocratic ally would be helpful. She looks at him awkwardly, closes her eyes, and says she understands everything, then explains she must become an aristocrat as soon as possible to pay off her debts, and Eldo says he is sure she will succeed. She says she has, of course, already thanked the young man, but finds him very unusual because a newcomer alone cannot defeat an S-rank monster. The girl says Eldo seems completely out of this world, and the surprised young man asks her to explain. Smiling and winking, Maria says she is joking, and that such things simply do not happen. Eldo asks her to at least say it this time, as they agreed. She asks him to rely on her, but he becomes uneasy. Warriors stood at the city gates to face the monsters' attacks, but could not understand why no monsters came. The man in the observation tower was also confused, since the monsters should have appeared by now, but had suddenly vanished. No one knew what was happening. But Miria suddenly stepped forward among them, and the warriors recognized her as the firepike and asked what she was doing there. Awkwardly, she says she defeated the S-rank dragon that emerged from the sealed pillar, and because she beat the main monster, all the other monsters disappeared. They repeated the girl's words and asked whether she had really defeated him on her own. Miria produced a fragment of the dragon and said it would serve as proof. The men looked at this dragon's part and said that even with his low rank, he could feel the power coming from it. They asked whether it was true. Mirius confirmed it and said the riot was over. Everyone was relieved and said they were saved. The guild leader approaches Miria and praises the firepike for doing a great job. In this way, they managed to defeat the monster sealed in the pillar. Taming the main monster might help, but it was so powerful, no one had ever defeated it, so they waited out its rampage before fighting back. When the mechanism failed, the adventurers' guild leader panicked, but thanks to Miria, they were all saved. The man then asked about Eldo, and the girl shuddered. She says she let him escape because he was too tough to face as an S-rank. The man replies that no matter how strong he is, a rookie is still a rookie. Knowing no one has ever defeated an S-rank monster, the man asks her for details because her account would be invaluable. But she says she remembers almost nothing. Elbo watched the girl from the side, wondering if things had worked out for her, and apologizing to her in his head. The man asked whether the girl really aimed only at the horns. Maria said she had noticed the horns were his weak point, so she kept aiming her powers at them. Surprised, the man said the horns are usually the toughest part of a dragon and not easy to break, so the girl's ability to spot a weak point showed incredible courage and insight. Smiling, the girl says there is a reason everyone is talking about her. The man says he will report that Muria, nicknamed Fire Spear, defeated an S-rank monster. She thanks him. The man says the reward will be delayed by several days because they have not handled cases like this before, and he asks whether they can take the dragon's rock as proof that it was pacified. He believes these merits could support promotion not only to A rank, but also to S rank, but he lacks the authority to decide on his own. He says he'll do his best to promote her, but she must wait for the council of higher authorities to decide. She says she understands. The man asks permission to thank the girl again and bows, leaving her very embarrassed. After a while, Miria leaves the Adventurers Guild, where Eldo is waiting, and tells her she did a good job. She says she still feels very embarrassed. He apologizes to her. Miria says he helped her get closer to her goal, but she definitely will not remain in his debt. The girl asks what Eldo will do next, and the boy says he will keep doing quests and leveling up, and that it would be great to find a place with monsters of equal strength. The girl says people usually don't mention the Forest of Death, and that the monsters there are only moderately strong. The young man asks whether she still thinks that now. Marius smiles and agrees. Changing the subject, she says she recently heard something interesting. An adventurer she knew told her about what was happening in the city of Arius, and asked the girl if she had heard about it. Nearby, in the great Arius forest, a huge number of monsters have appeared, so clearing quests are everywhere. A man tells the girl to go too, because her abilities would reduce the number of quests there. The girl says she will stay in this city for a while, waiting for a decision, so why shouldn't the young man go there? Eldo agrees with the girl. With that many tasks, it's probably better to go. They both know this is where their paths will diverge. She admits that since they met, she's done nothing but cause him problems, and she can hardly fully thank him. Although it was brief, she thanks him deeply. Eldo tells the girl not to speak, as if they are saying goodbye, and asks her to do him a great favor by not taking credit for his achievements. Indignant, the girl asks for forgiveness and promises it will not happen again, while Eldo laughs and says it is just a joke. The girl tells the young man to stop, sure he will not disappear, and then tells him to take care of himself. The young man tells her to see him, and with that, they say goodbye. Eldor left the city and looked down the path. The boy smiled and said it was time. Eldor would head to Arius. A heavy downpour began. In Arius's vast forest, a large tiger with huge fangs ran through the thicket, was struck on the head with an axe, and then dozens of arrows were fired at it. Gigantic horned monsters smiled at their prey. They leaned over the tiger's body and tore it into several pieces with their massive hands. The monster roared and started eating the tiger's meat. It looked up at the sky and screamed. Its companions came over and began eating the tiger's meat as well. Eldo flew along it, studying the area map with interest. He said that, if you believe it, it was somewhere here. Nothing was clear from above, so he had to go down. The boy touched down on the grass. Scanning ahead, he said everything was clear, and he could not be seen from above. Eldo watched the city surrounded by a protective wall. An oppressive atmosphere hung over the place. A suspension bridge swayed violently over a rushing river as he walked, and Eldo told him to look around since he would have to cross the whole span. A man shouted at him to stay put and not move. Eldo stared at the stranger standing guard at the entrance to their village. The man said to Eldo he seemed to have business in Arias and asked what rank he was and why he had come. And the boy lifted his head and said he was a D rank. Aldo said he'd heard there were many monster-taining quests here, so he came. The man said tiredly he'd thought so. That apology was out of date. There are still monsters and plenty of quests, but more important, many hungry ogres have appeared in the last few days. Eldo was surprised to learn the hungry ogres were the strongest B-rank monsters. They were intelligent and could use human weapons. He kept thinking these enemies were the most dangerous he'd faced so far, and if there were many, one would be the boss, most likely an ogre king who would be especially severe. The lightning dragon used pinpoint attacks and kept growing stronger, so they could not beat him with numbers and brute force. He probably won't be able to resist, even though he knows what to do in that situation. If the boss turns out not to be the ogre king, but a more powerful ogre emperor. Eldos smiled nervously and admitted he might have been wrong to part with Miria, resolving to be more careful this time. He explained that the ogres once lived only in the deepest parts of Arius and did not encroach on their territory, but because they feed on monsters, they began to hunt and expand their range. He added that this forced the remaining monsters to flee into the area around Arius, and when word spread, many adventurers came and dealt with them. Horrified, he said that after that they were attacked by hungry ogres. They do not want to sacrifice him, but they cannot talk him out of it. If he suddenly goes into the forest, he must be very careful at night. Eldo said it was fine and thanked him for the information. The man walked into the city and looked at the old houses and the gloomy, tired people. Awkwardly, he said the place felt gloomy, which was not surprising since the monsters were approaching the opposite bank. Eldo realized that the sudden appearance of so many ogres would overwhelm any ordinary adventurer. If nothing changed, they would destroy this place as well. The boy arrived at the area's guild office. Eldo entered and greeted loudly. Eldo said he had been told there were tasks here. Next, Eldo checked the task board. He said there were quite a few tasks here, but all of them. She interrupted and asked if he was an adventurer and whether he wanted to take any of them on. Eldo met her gaze and said yes, wanting a tougher challenge. The girl asked if he trusted his abilities, and Eldo replied more or less. She held up the paper and loudly announced what he thought of it. The assignment for anyone was to target any monsters. She smiled broadly and explained the job was to kill the creatures and bring back their remains as proof. The man took the task paper in his hands. Eldo said it was a desperate task, adding that he had heard the remaining monsters were driven off by ogres, and the girl replied there were fewer now, but they still bothered them. She warned they could not get rid of them because of the risk of a sudden encounter with the ogres, and she begged him to kill at least one monster if he was a strong adventurer. Eldo agreed to take it on because since he could kill anyone, it would be more useful than his usual tasks. The girl said happily that she was very grateful to him. The boy walked to the exit and said he'd go hunting next. The girl called after him to tell him to take care of himself. Eldo came up to the gate. The man reacted in surprise, saying it was him, and that he had really taken on the task. Eldor answered that he had because it let him kill any monsters. First, he would go and inspect the forest. The man shouted at him to be careful and to return at once if he sensed anything wrong, because once he died, it would be too late to do anything. Aldo said it was fine, and that if it proved dangerous, he would go back. The man crossed the suspension bridge and entered the forest, saying he would cope no matter what. Walking deeper into the forest, the boy grew nervous, saying he could not see any monsters and wondering if ogres had eaten them all. Eldo stopped. Planning to start with magic invisibility and magic search, he was cut off by a growl from behind the bushes. An ogre stepped out carrying a fox in his arms. The fox still struggled. The ogre and Eldo stared at each other. Eldo smiled and said it was an unexpected meeting. The ogre ate the fox and spat its blood at Eldo. Eldo's eyes widened, but he dodged. The monster ran at him to get rid of him. Eldo drew a magic circle that released a defensive spell. The ogre broke through the shield with the first blow and hurled him a long distance. Surprised, the boy stared at the monster. An ogre drew his axe and tried to strike Eldor. The boy shouted to Eldor not to get cocky. Eldor rose from the ground and cast the sticky bomb spell on the monster. The ogre's hand remained stuck to the tree trunk. Eldo pointed his staff at the monster, and the creature began to glow. The boy screamed that he would take it from him now. Eldo cast a spell called Flame Column, engulfing the ogre in flames so intense the man could only make out its outline. An ogre screamed and fell to the ground. Eldos said to start with one. The monster suddenly opened its eyes and ran toward the forest. The ogre ran on all fours away from the man. Eldos cried in surprise that he was running away. Unsure if he was really chasing his fellows, then he stretched out his hand and launched a huge fireball that struck the monster squarely. The spell is called Fire Sphere. The monster screamed and shut its eyes, then fell on the grass and never got up. The guy looked at his opponent. Eldo said thoughtfully that the ogre made a reasonable point for a monster. If he had called his kin, it would have been over. The boy looked up at the clear sky. Eldos said Miria isn't here, so he'll have to wait a long time for his magic to recover and must be more careful with powerful abilities. The man said he had to act fast and defeat them, and Eldo looked at the defeated ogre and still said that. Eldo paused and said the flaming column should have been enough for him, but he wondered whether his status here was truly higher than in the VVO or if something else was going on. A growl came from the forest, and Eldos stared at the bushes as 3 wolves leaped out. They ran past him quickly, panting and already tired, but they kept running. Aldo stared at the wolves, surprised they ignored him, and seemed to be fleeing from something dangerous and terrifying. An axe flew into a tree beside the boy's head, interrupting his thoughts. Eldo cried out in fear that it was dangerous. He looked toward where the weapon had come from. 5 huge ogres stood there, each with a different weapon, and Eldos gave a tired smile and said they had met in the worst way imaginable. This time, the main character is an energetic young secretary, and after Eldos left the area, she yawned and said tiredly that she was very bored. A tall girl with glasses entered the room, speaking loudly and plainly. The reception desk is the face of the guild, and as head of the guild branch in Iria, she will not tolerate such frivolity. Adjusting her glasses, the girl said loudly to Teresa that with that attitude toward work, she was ready to accept her resignation letter at any time. The girl asked the secretary if it was Eldo, the adventurer she had accompanied while on duty. The girl went on, saying they had assigned him tasks that did not match his rank and that there would be many problems if the guild's rating was lowered because of those antics. Anxious, Teresa asked what it was, then fell silent and decided it was better to stay quiet as she looked closely at her boss. Teresa had, without realizing it, the future eye that let her gauge how likely other adventurers were to gain stats, and although she had not mastered it and only judged chances by the depth of the colors she saw, she still gave each person a task they could complete. Teresa thought that even if she told someone, no one would believe her. The instructor entered the building and watched the girl scold Teresa. The instructor said he understood why she was calm. After meeting Eldo, every adventurer looked like an inexperienced child. A girl shouted that the instructor had plotted with Teresa. A man entered the building shouting that he was greeting everyone. Smiling broadly, he said he would become a prominent person in the future. The man replied proudly that because of this, they should give him a task above rank C. Teresa looked at him and thought he didn't have any special parameters. She continued to argue that the potential is so-so. Compared with Eldo, he can't compete, and they have nothing in common. The instructor looked at the overly self-confident man. The instructor told him he had to fight him first because it was an adventurer registration test, and the man smiled and asked whether the instructor was sure, since he was a warrior after all. The instructor offered a small smile and apologized, saying, "A profession is not a measure of strength." The man shouted he wouldn't complain later. 5 minutes after they entered the battle zone, the instructor came out uninjured, but the other man was covered in bruises and scrapes, with large bumps on his head and a badly swollen cheek. The instructor told him to come back to them again. They escorted the man out the door. He smiled and said it was true. After meeting Eldo, this place felt terribly boring. Surprised, Teresa looked at the man, as the instructor had called him the strongest newcomer he'd ever met and said he might never again meet anyone like him. Meeting her boss and instructor, Teresa said confidently she had made up her mind and would write a letter of resignation at the end of today's shift. The boss screamed in surprise. The instructor asked Teresa if she was leaving to meet him. Teresa smiled and said, "Yes. Eldo always seems interesting to be around." The boss smiled and told her that if she met him, she should tell him they were not sitting still. Shocked, he told them to wait. The boss shouted at Teresa, demanding to know if she really meant to quit. She had already packed her backpack and left the guild to find Eldo. Eldo was surprised the staff cost 25 million gil, and Mina smiled and said it did not have to be paid for with money. The girl insisted she needed the membership number on the back of his guild card and would pay 30 million gil for it immediately. Smiling, Mina said that if he wanted it so much, Eldo interrupted and accepted her offer, saying he would gladly take the staff. Handing him a bag of money, the girl said the change was 5 million gil. Eldo awkwardly noted that she had even given him the change, as expected, from the head of a trading company. Eldo left the house and went about his business. Mina watched him from the window and smiled a little. The maid entered the room and asked whether Mina was sure of her actions. The girl said the woman had lied. Mina smiled and asked what she meant about the membership price. Worried, she said, even an A-rank adventurer only pays 15 million gil. The girl insisted it was half of what she'd given and that she had done it on purpose. Mina looked at her and replied that it was indeed on purpose. Mina said she was also thinking of giving him an extra reward for completing her task. Mina thought about it and said she would probably allocate about 1 billion to start. The assistant loudly said she wanted to give him 1 billion, saying it might be too much, and Mina replied no, it would actually be too little because he returned 10 times what she invested. Mina smiled broadly and said it was possible to take a risk. The assistant looked at her in surprise and thought that when Mrs. Mina said, "take a risk," she was never wrong. He made her say it. Understanding everything, the girl said she would do it right away. Mira thanked her. Then she sat in the chair by the window and looked at the bottle with the elixir. Confident it was ready, the girl watched Eldo use the pale green spiritual potion to defeat the dragon and said he would certainly become the world's strongest adventurer. Mina paused, then said, "No, he already is," and looked at the sky, smiling widely while awaiting their upcoming meeting with Eld. Ogres closed in on the boy, grinning and baring sharp teeth, and Eldo felt them moving faster than he expected. Knowing that hesitation would mean the end, he realized he had to act and saw a pass between the high mountains. Eldo ran, thinking he was leading them into a narrow path. A man shouted at the ogres to keep them from coming closer. Someone had to help him. The orcs grinned broadly. They already pictured defeating the man. The monsters rushed after Eld. They ran onto a narrow path, roaring loudly. The man blocked their entrance and exit with fire, trapping the orcs. Eldo, angry, decided to finish them all with one blow. He shouted for them to get it. Eldos unleashed a flame column amplified 5 times. The orcs screamed and tried to push through the flames. Eldos shouted at them to stop. A fireball hit them, knocking the orcs down and making the boy think it was over. But an ogre suddenly burst from the smoke, and he was shocked to see it still alive. The ogre lunged, but the boy drove his sword into it, and it fell still. He scanned the battlefield to make sure no other ogre had survived. Eldo exhaled heavily and said he had not used a sword in a long time, but the last ogre was stronger than any of the others. He noted the VVO showed some variation in body hardness, though not much, and the Garden of Despair is the same, so he has to pull himself together again. Eldo stood at the edge of the forest and said he'd start with a magic search. Scanning the trees, he found no one nearby. Now he'd use an invisibility spell. Eldo said loudly that this was just great and that he could go now. An explosion occurred. The man put the ogre bodies on the magic circle to send them to the guild. There were about 20 of them, he said. He decided to go back, while his magic still worked. Eldo headed into town, already crossing the suspension bridge. Watching the scene, the man shouted to the boy that he had truly returned. It seemed he had managed to avoid the ogres, and Eldo looked at him, shouting that no, they had filled the forest. He said he had managed to kill about 25 so far. And the other man, surprised, said he did not understand because those ogres seemed impossible to defeat. A girl from the guild shouted with joy that he had killed them. It was impressive. No one had ever done it before. Her eyes scanned him for proof. Upset, she said it seemed he hadn't brought any evidence of the elimination. Eldo said awkwardly that it was true and he had used his abilities to collect it. The girl asked why he had gathered them, and Eldo said yes. A portal opened and ogre bodies tumbled out, and she screamed in horror, stunned that ogres had appeared. Eldo said it was a magic collection. She asked what kind of magic collection it was. The man told her it contained 25 ogres. Shocked, the girl said he had killed 25 of them. She stood to leave, saying she no longer understood what was happening and would consult the head of the department, while Eldo awkwardly wondered if he had drawn too much attention. He kept rationalizing that even though Marius told him not to, the guild now looked down on lowly jobs, especially for a newbie, and Eldo remembered her saying that if he wanted to rise in rank, he should stand out and help them. So maybe then he could qualify. Running back, she shouted an apology for making him wait, said there was not enough room, and asked him to go with her to the warehouse. Elder said it was fine. They reached a large open gate. A huge warehouse lay inside the cave. The girl smiled and said they had arrived. They stepped into the warehouse. The man looked around and said it felt spacious, and the woman smiled and said it was because our area always had many monsters. Seeing them, a man called out happily that they had arrived. Grateful they had come to him, the head of the Yakas branch had not expected anyone would be able to defeat the ogres. A man said he was the adventurer Eldo. Jikas told him they could start moving the ogres. he had just become free. The man agreed. The girl told the head of the department he was about to see something cool. He asked in surprise what cool thing would be shown. Eldo opened a portal, and ogres fell out. Smiling, the man said these were the hungry ogres he'd killed today. Jikas shouted in shock that this was something. He then asked what it was. Eldo said it was magic gathering, a power that lets someone collect objects and send them to another dimension. Jikas started flipping through his book. The man said this was the first time he had heard about it and that the guild database had no record of him. And Jikas shouted that this was the discovery of the century and that he had discovered something amazing. He asked the boy if he could report this to the guild headquarters. Eldo, very interested, asked the man what would happen if he did. Jacobus said the guild would make the ability public after a thorough internal study, and that the evaluation would take several years but would bring a huge reward. Eldo realized that because of Mina, he no longer really needed money, and as the ability spread, it would become much easier for adventurers to hunt. The boy said it was definitely good. Eldo told department head Zekom that it was good he was able to do it. Zekom said he was grateful to Eldo. He thought that if this ability spread, the guild would stop being surprised whenever he used it, and if the guild's adventurers mastered it, the man said it would be easier to deal with groups like the Garden of Despair. Jikum said he was now indebted to Eldo. The man listened, smiling. Jikum said they could talk about something else, and he would take the ogres off his hands. He could show the guild card. Eldo told the man that was good. Zikum smiled and said he was surprised to discover the man's ability to tame ogres, a skill expected of a D-rank rookie. The man fell silent in shock, then after a few seconds shouted that he was a rookie. Zikum asked the man if this was a mistake, and Eldo said it was true he was a wizard, but the profession ball made people treat him like a newbie, and his real profession was a sage. Zekum complained he was being treated like a newbie and asked whether the profession ball had not lit up. Eldo said it had, though he admitted he had not tried. Eldo asked to use a wizard's abilities and to be recognized as one. The man looks sadly at his card. According to him, the profession ball is now the only way to register, with no other options though there had been before, and Eldo asked with interest whether it was no longer possible. Jacob said that since Cardinal George came to power, professions have grown stricter, and roles like hero or saint, now seen as low status, were not previously grounds for discrimination. The man said he was asking for forgiveness, but had little power. Eldor replied not to pay attention to that, saying the man was asking the impossible of him. Aldo recognized the name Cardinal George. If Cardinal George was the one who had lowered those once high positions, Aldo wanted to meet and talk with him sometime. The boy tightened his grip on his staff, thinking that how he reacted might force him to use what he learned from the VVO for darker purposes, and Jeckham studied the map closely and said, "This is..." Looking at Eldo, he said he couldn't help with his profession, but could promote him to rank C, and Eldo asked what promotion he recommended. Zakim said he had. To advance in rank, he needed recommendations from 3 branch heads and already had 2. The first from the branch head in Tizaya. Adding that the second came from the head of the capital's department, he said he rarely recommends anyone and wondered what he had done. And Aldo thought about it and asked himself the same. The man recalled that he had just completed a task for the Maxia Trading Company. Eldo thought Mina might have worked on the recommendation. Zikum said that once he wrote the recommendation, Eldo's rank could be raised. Eldo said he was grateful for the help, but wanted it done as soon as possible. Zikum said in disappointment that rank C was not enough for his current merits. "I wish this discriminatory system that increases rank based on profession would disappear." The girl warned him sharply not to say that. Jikum awkwardly asked the man not to tell anyone what he had heard. If the higher-ups found out, he would definitely be fired. Eldor replied that it was good. Zekum said that despite the disdainful attitude, his rank could still be raised, and if he had serious merits, he could apply to the main headquarters. Eldor, surprised that he understood everything, asked with interest what would happen if he destroyed all the ogres here. The girl who headed the department stared at him in surprise. Zikum cried out in shock, unable to believe it, and of course that would be more than... Zikum smiled and told the boy they were grateful he had tried, and the girl happily shouted that if Eldor could defeat the ogres, he would most likely be able to stay here. The man agreed. She was right. Eldor, interested, asked whether the ogres were really causing so much damage, and Zikum said yes, that was true, but the real problem was something else. Yachim raised the issue of resettlement, and when Eldor asked what the problem was, he said the capital had proposed leaving this city to resettle elsewhere. He made it clear there was an order that if the ogres were not defeated, the plan would be carried out, and no one was happy about it, especially the locals. Aldo asked what he meant. Zekum said many elderly people lived here, and even if they left, the ogres would still attack the city and then they would be finished. Angrily, Jekum said it would probably be more convenient for the higher-ups. Eldo asked what he meant, saying the capital was trying to save them that way. Jikum said they did not think so. No matter how often they asked the capital about it, the reply was always the same, that the people would have to manage on their own. The man said the plan was a whim of the capital's aristocracy. Eldo, surprised, repeated that, and Zekum replied that Count Megas held Arius. He said the group that hated the Count was using monster attacks as a pretext to destroy this place. Eldo asked why Count Magis was hated. Zekame replied that Count Magis was a wonderful man who cared for even border areas like theirs, and the residents loved him, but the ruling aristocracy treated him poorly. The man admitted hesitantly that Cardinal Georgius hated him above all. Eldo recognized him and asked why the aristocrats were fighting each other. Zekum said it was because they opposed discrimination against the lower professions, and Count Magis tried to support those lower ranks. He said the Count helped the oppressed lower classes from across the country by bringing them to his estates and giving them work. Eldo thought that was clear, but he was disliked for resisting the existing laws. The boy kept thinking he had heard something useful, and if it was true, it could win him a valuable ally, so he told Zekamu he understood. They kept saying they would not have to leave the city, and he would do everything he could to make sure they did not have to. Zekum said loudly they owed him, and that he would prepare a place for him to stay. The boy said, "Okay, thank you very much." Night fell, and Elder lay in bed as the boy sighed heavily and admitted the task would demand far more responsibility than he had expected. Eldor kept telling himself to get a good night's sleep so his magic would be fully restored tomorrow, remembering his battle with the ogres. He said there were many ridiculous moments today, and that tomorrow he will pay more attention to life because we only have one. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. The long-haired man watched as a cart entered his territory. Another man approached, called him Count Magus, and said they had returned. Bowing, he told the Count he was sorry to report so late and that the material aid sent to the southeasternmost village had been delivered. I replied that everything was clear and thanked him for his work. The man told the Count he would like to speak with him. It seems a low-level adventurer managed to defeat a sea dragon. Megas said he was glad to hear that, and the man told the Count the adventurer was a rank F rookie, a claim he admitted was hard to believe, but the Maxia Trading Company confirmed. Megas said it was simply wonderful, that he would like to meet him at least once, and might even place their hopes on him. Eldo lay in bed, unaware that Count Megas was talking about him. Elder stepped outside, lifted his staff, and said the magic had also been restored. Zekem and the guild secretary came over, and the girls screamed with joy. Jakum asked if he had rested well, and Eldor said yes, and thanked them. He then said he would go look for the ogre's gathering place, rose above the ground, and flew. Zekem and the girl stared at the sky in disbelief. Neither had ever seen anyone fly. The man said he had just taken off and flown. They told him he really had flown away. Then Teresa set out alone to find Eldo. The girl tried to catch fish in a small lake. Eldor flew over the forest and said they had to find the enemy's lair first, while one of them thought the ogres were spawned by the boss, and this time they had to deal with every one of them. Startled, he saw 3 travelers. Eldos said they were his. Some reinforcements would help him. He flew on in search of ogres. He said he wanted to see it as soon as possible. If he flies too long, he will waste all his strength. The man looked down and shouted, "That's it!" Elder descended and used magic to make things visible. Looking down, he saw the roots of a large tree growing in the ravine. He heard footsteps. A group of ogres was there. A massive ogre stood with his normally sized kinsman nearby. Eldos shouted in surprise that this was the Ogre King. With them all here, this had to be their lair. The man started to leave, saying he'd found where it was and might go back to prepare better. Eldo stepped into the village and heard screams. Someone warned him not to treat them like fools. A crowd filled the square, and he approached the nearby guild secretary to ask if anything was wrong. The girl pointed at the 3 men. The tallest man shouted that they had already told them everything and that people should leave areas. Eldo shouted in surprise, asking what he meant. Someone else showed a paper and said it was all written there and that it was an order from the capital's main church. They are carrying out a task, and the paper says the method for carrying out the order is left to the executor's discretion. Their orders were, he shouted, effectively equal to the capital's. They had to liberate Arius. Zekum shouted in horror that this was nonsense. People cried out that the capital would not issue such a cruel order. They cannot leave right now. Outside, everything was full of ogres. One of the men asked what the ogres were doing. His friend smiled and said he'd stop talking nonsense. They had seen no ogres on their way here. Eldo thought it was because he'd killed all the ogres in the area. The man yelled at them to stop talking nonsense. They needed to get ready. Nearby, Jizakum kept saying it was stupid. The man replied that it was an unpleasant situation. The man looked at Eldo in surprise. He had not noticed him. Zikum said that if it was really an order from the capital, they had no chance against these men. Eldo warned that Count Maggie's situation could worsen. Jekyll, tired, told them what to do. One of the men drew his sword and asked what they were doing there. He told them to move. The man cut through several barrels and boxes of their food with his sword. The woman cried out that those were their food supplies. Smiling evilly, he asked what was wrong. They would end anyway. Sinking to her knees, the woman sobbed loudly. She insisted it was a nightmare. It was a generous gift from Count Miggy's. Eldo unleashed a vicious hanging spell. A magic circle formed under the man's feet, and a rope appeared, pulling him up by the neck. His head struck the rocks. When the rope came undone, he fell, and Eldo cast the landing spell so the man landed on the ground without any injuries. His friend shouted to find out what had just happened as a man lay unconscious on the ground. And Eldo stepped forward to admit he had done it because he could no longer watch. Jacob said, worried, that it wasn't necessary. Eldor replied that they wouldn't be able to meet those demands anyway, and told him not to worry, that he'd deal with them. The man demanded angrily to know what he was. Elder said he was just a D-rank rookie. Laughing loudly, the man shouted that rookies did not behave like that. Elder admitted it was true, saying higher-level people could not activate the abilities he used, so some newcomers were at a higher level than him. The man shouted at the newcomer not to get cocky. Eldo smiled and said no. He was just telling the truth. The man angrily told him to die. He swung a spear at him, but Eldo cast Power Strike. The man said it was a problem and pointed out that the so-called guards were unfit. Eldo said angrily that he doubted they could protect the villagers from the ogres. The boy asked whether they were not going to protect the villagers. The man, shocked, asked how Eldo knew that. Eldo struck the man in the face with his staff as hard as he could. The man fell to the ground beside his friend, and Eldo shouted that they were weaklings, that they should be let go, and that their client no longer needed to leave Arias. Eldo added that it was because a rank C rookie adventurer will destroy all the ogres, so the man grabbed his friends and ran away screaming and said they would remember them. The elder watched as the bandits fled the village. It was the first time he'd heard anyone say things like that. Jekum ran up to the man. Eldo faced the man and apologized for taking liberties, adding that if anything happened, they should say it was the work of a wandering adventurer. He never thought he'd attract attention like this. Redirecting the group's hatred toward him may also have helped the city. Jekum said sadly he would apologize if only he could fight back, and Eldo said there was nothing he could do and understood why Jekum did not want to resist orders from above. The boy said he had a bad feeling and thought the move might be a setup, and Jekum asked excitedly what he meant by that. Eldo asked the man if he knew of an artificially created monster called Devil's Poison, and Jekum awkwardly said he did not. Eldo said her ability makes every monster in the area where she's buried not only more violent, but also stronger. The boy said it had bothered him since the first battle. Their hunting grounds were exhausted, and there were so many of them they hunted even near people. The ogres themselves would soon disappear. Eldo said that at the same time the forced relocation plan was unfolding, it appeared to have been set up. Shocked, Jekum asked if the capital had really organized this. Eldo replied that while they claimed to be following the capital's orders, it was likely a bluff to boost their power. Eldo suggested the plan might belong to Count Maggis's enemies and those involved. Jekum stammered that it couldn't be. Eldo hesitated and said that, judging by how large the plan was, the organizers must be very influential, and that this might be Cardinal Georges's plan. Jekum asked loudly if he was crazy, insisting that however much they hated Count Magus, they would not go that far. Eldo replied that it was just a guess. The man added that this was why he wanted to keep the conversation between them. Jekum replied that he was right. Eldo thought it was all about opportunity. He insisted it was better to act and prepare for the worst, because the VVO contained a deadly poison. Only the Garden of Despair could produce a monster like that. And if they were connected to George's, then this world was slowly coming to an end. Eldo told Zakamu he would ask for something after finishing the task. Zakamu replied confidently that Eldo could ask for anything. Eldo said he was grateful. It was not really a request. He wanted Zakamu to introduce him to Count Magus. The man smiled and said, of course. He said the Count would welcome a meeting, yet he remained confident in his decision. Count Magus was at odds with Cardinal Georges. Friendship with such a count meant Eldo interrupted him and said yes. Planning to join Count Magus, he would not let Cardinal George act as he pleased. Jekum smiled happily. He said he would be very grateful to become an ally of Count Magis. Including him, many employees in every branch of the guild dislike Cardinal Georges because the profession system has deteriorated. He said he would ask good friends to give him a warm welcome and told him to contact him immediately if he needed anything while he was here. Eldor replied that was fine. The boy asked him to prepare a large quantity of oil. Surprised, Jekum said he thought collecting from the whole village would yield the needed amount. Curious, the man asked why so much oil was needed there. The guy looked Zekamu in the eye and said confidently he would burn the whole forest and the monsters. Zekamu shouted that he wanted to burn the forest. Someone said they did not want that and hoped he would change his mind. Eldo replied that there was no need to be afraid and that he was not going to burn everything. The man added he would only burn their lair. Zekaima replied that was it. He quickly left so Eldo could wait for him, saying he would bring oil now. Eldor replied that he was very grateful for her help with the preparations. A man pushed a cart of butter. The guild secretary accompanied him and helped. Jacob said he was asking forgiveness for the burden. It was the best oil he could find. Even a single drop would burn all the way to the sky. Eldo said he was very grateful. The boy said he wanted to put it in the magic vault. Zekem spoke up that it was okay. Eldo opened a portal and they began pouring oil into it. Surprised, the girl said oil was pouring in and asked whether the storage would overflow. Eldo replied that everything was fine and there should be enough space. The man said it was better not to carry it in barrels because it was more efficient, and he could pour it out right away. Jekyll was amazed and called it very convenient. Eldo emptied the barrel and said it was the last one. The boy looked at the secretary and Zakami and thanked them for their help, saying he was leaving now. The girl shouted at him to stop and wait. She said the sun was already setting and it was too dangerous to leave now, but Elder said no problem and mentioned one skill that would be useful at night and even more convenient after dark. Zikum asked if the boy was sure. The boy said he was, and explained that the ogre is usually hunted during the day. Zikum shouted that he understood everything and planned to use his surprise attack. Elder said he'd try to pull it off, though he was a bit nervous. Zikum scratched his head and said he understood and told him to be careful. Eldo said it was fine and time for him to go. The boy took off and flew toward the ogres. Zekum said he was counting on the adventurer Eldo. The girl began to pray that everything would go well. Eldil surveyed the ogre settlement. The man warned there were several sentries and said he would scout the enemy positions first. He cast a magic search spell. The man had spotted every ogre. Eldo said there were dozens of ordinary ogres and the Ogre King was the only boss. If the plan worked, he would finish quickly. He said it was time to try. Aldo opened the storage, holding the burning oil. The man circled the tree to spread the oil evenly, and when Aldo finished, he flew away from the tree. Eldo yelled that the only thing left was to light it, then flew up to the ogre holding the torch and kicked him in the face. The monster fell, and the torch landed in a tree. Eldo quickly flew away to avoid getting hurt. Flames covered the entire tree. Eldo called out that it was burning strongly. They should be leaving soon through the passage he had left. The ogres began running out of the tree. Eldor thought it would be easy to destroy their lair with minimal mana, so he cast the sticky bomb spell, and the ogre stepped into the sticky substance and was unable to move. Eldo lifted his staff and shouted that he was using the spells Attack Field, Ice Field, and Ice Enchantment. The other man lifted a huge rock and cast Giant Meteor. The rock fell on all the ogres and crushed them. Eldo called it great, and then the rock shoved the huge ogre aside and emerged from the tree. The guy said it was time for the boss fight. Above, the ogre watched Eldo flying, tore off half a tree trunk, and swung to strike, but Eldo dodged the blow and stared at the destruction the Ogre King made with a single hit. He suspected the monster would fight differently than it did in World War II. In the game, it usually relies on brute force and charges head-on while using the environment. The ogre struck the rock, and huge chunks flew toward Eldo. A magic circle protected him. Eldo grew angry as he realized he was in trouble. The boy reflected every stone. The monster struck the rock again, sending pieces toward the man. Eldo launched a fireball at him, striking the monster square in the face, but the creature only scratched his cheek as if bitten by a mosquito, and the man glared at the ogre. Irritably, he realized that the demon worm's poison was bolstering him along with his own resilience. There was a way out. The monster swung for another blow. When the monster hit the rock again, and rocks flew at Eldo, the man used the Windrun spell, closed in quickly, and kicked the monster in the face with all his might. The boy cast an explosive spell as the monster opened its mouth. The ogre's head burst, and the ogre fell onto the burning tree. And Eldo thought that even with his poison power, he would hardly survive being burned from the inside. He kept arguing it only worked because he was huge and slow. Windrun is perfect for dodging and surprise attacks, but since it is a dash, the movement direction is easy to predict. Elder stared in surprise at the magic circle that formed above his head. Shocked, he shouted that this couldn't be happening. After he defeated the boss, another one appeared. The man watched the monster appear and said it was an ogre emperor. Then the creature jumped onto a huge stone, left footprints on it, and smashed the whole rock with its hands. Eldel thought that, however you looked at it, the ogre was dangerous. Grabbing the tree, he sat on a branch. The man stared at the ogre. He angrily thought the ogre had been a king and was now an ogre emperor. He kept thinking this was different from the VVO and probably their work, so if they could summon a boss monster, he could not ignore it. Eldo decided he had to deal with this guy first. The monster cast a spell and spotted Eldo sitting in a tall tree. Stunned, the man realized the monster could use search magic. The monster charged Eldo and smashed its head through the tree where the man was hiding. Eldo managed to hide inside the ogre's main tree. The ogre began smashing the tree to reach Eldo. A man fired a fire arrow. He expected the strike to engulf the enemy in flames. He decided to test it first to see if he could handle it. The ogre simply grabbed the arrow with his palms. Eldo shouted in surprise that he wanted to use it first. Confident the ogre king would be affected by the attack, the boy believed the demon worm's poison was unimaginably powerful and refused to panic because he had the knowledge gained in the VVO. The boy kept thinking that his experience in this world would let him handle it. Again, Eldo fired several flaming arrows at the monster. The ogre drove everyone away. Eldos smiled and drew a magic circle beside the monster. Eldos unleashed the spellfire pillar. The ogre's entire head caught fire, and he screamed. Eldos smiled and said it was great. He thought he probably hadn't done much damage to him, and now he had time to think. The monster slapped his own face and stared at the man. Eldo shouted angrily that there had to be a way to stop him, despite the strong magical defense, and the other man suddenly remembered something and said happily that there definitely was. Eldo believed he could get out of this alive and do something if he used material from that boss, as the man watched the monster smile with its head on fire. The boy saw no point in feeling sorry for the ogre. Eldo chose to use a forbidden spell. He took a fighting stance and shouted that he had summoned magical erosion. Eldor cast a spell that looked like dust. The ogre reached for the dust cloud, but failed. The entire monster was covered in magic dust. Watching the ogre suffer, the boy thought magical erosion was an attack that pierced the enemy's body, warped its magical power, and destroyed the body from within. Eldo explained the spell is called forbidden and is avoided for several reasons. First, everyone within the attack radius except the caster is hit. Before using it, perform a magic search to confirm no one is nearby. The spell also requires a component from the boss that is destroyed when used. During World War II, its use in raids was forbidden. The spell has many drawbacks, but in this situation, there is no better option. Ideal against the demon worm's poison, this spell is the best countermeasure. The ogre's arm hardened and snapped off the monster's body, and the monster stared at the detached limb in surprise. Eldo thought the poison strengthened monsters in the radius, making their magic power easier to absorb. Distorted magic power was absorbed as well. The monster dropped to its knees and screamed. Eldo cast the forbidden spell again. The boy watched the burning tree and saw the fire could spread to the next tree. Eldo said they needed to put out the flames quickly. The ogre stood and glared at the boy. He said loudly that it was time to end this. Then Eldo screamed and decided to cast the spell again. The ogre raised his fist and aimed it at Eldo with all his strength. But before he could strike, his other arm fell off, and the monster crashed to the ground. The boy had defeated the ogre emperor. Breathing heavily, Eldo stared at the defeated monster, said he was relieved to have won, then glanced at the fire and sent the ogre to his magical warehouse. He said he'd take care of the firefighting now that the ogres were finished, and although he couldn't get materials from the ogre emperor, he thought the corpses of the ordinary ogres and the ogre king would be enough. Finding a crystal on the ground, the man called it a stone of wisdom and was pleased to think that drops from monsters defeated by magic erosion would probably be of lower quality. Believing himself lucky to have found a rare material, he heard Eldo say he still had to clean up, so he ran through the forest and cast the magic search spell. he spotted where the vase sat. Shouting with joy, he said this was where the demon worm's poison lay. Elder sent a pillar of ice into the ground to break the curse. A man yelled that it was great because the monsters would be less aggressive now. Staring at the forest, he was angry that no ogres remained in the area. Elbow kept wondering whether he could predict the Ogre Emperor's appearance in advance now that the Ogre King was defeated, and how well his VVO knowledge could be used against the enemies of this world. The man said racking his brains was pointless, and it was time to go back. At the guild, the girl tried to wake Zacom by shaking his shoulders with all her strength. The secretary shouted that she wanted him to wake up. It was unfair that Mr. Eldo had to fight alone like this. Weary, the man said he understood everything, but could not bring himself to get up. Eldo stood beside the girl, smiled, and said the sun was already high. Zikum muttered that he would get up now, and the secretary and Zikum shouted in surprise that he had returned. Zikum stood up from his chair and shouted that he was badly battered. He then asked Eldo excitedly if he was not injured, and Eldo replied that the battle location was simply not very good. Smiling, he said they had nothing to worry about, and that he had handled all the enemies. The secretary and Zikum joyfully pounced on Eldor and hugged him. Eldo said wearily that he was asking for forgiveness this time, then collapsed to the floor unconscious, and the girl screamed in alarm, asking what had happened to him. As the sun set, Eldo opened his eyes, asked what had happened and where he was, sat up and looked around the room, then said this was Elias's tavern and looked completely exhausted. Smiling, the girl ran into the room and shouted with joy that he had woken up. He had been lying there like that for 2 days. She was already beginning to worry and decided to tell the boss everything. The girl said that if he was hungry, the food was ready and he could come down. Elder's stomach growled loudly. He got dressed and left the room. The girl greeted him with a bright smile. She called up to Zishkum on the second floor to say Eldor had arrived. Zekum called back that he seemed to be feeling better. Zakim expressed deep gratitude for the way he had dealt with the ogres and still had many words of thanks to share, but one gentleman wanted to meet him. Surprise crossed Eldo's face as he looked at the man. The count stepped forward and said he was Eldo's newcomer. Cautiously, the man asked who he was. The man walked down the stairs. He walked up to Eldo and smiled, saying it was nice to meet him. His name was Megas, a humble count from the borderlands. The count was a great man. Eldos said awkwardly that the count had come such a long way. Maki replied that he had received a letter from the city's guild and had come to help. Smiling, the count said he had long been waiting for a man like Eldo, that the manager had told him all about such a fine newcomer and asked Eldo to join him. Megas held out his hand and said he urgently needed Eldo's help in this difficult time, and together they could end the Jorgis era and improve life for the people. Eldo smiled, shook the count's hand, and said loudly that he agreed and that Jorgis was in his liver too. The count thanked him for his help in eliminating Jorgis. The count said they had a lot to discuss and could talk it over during a meal. Meg East looked at the secretary and the man and said they had prepared a real feast for him. He added that it would be a shame if everything went cold. Eldo said happily that he was very grateful and would eat with great pleasure. The guy sat at the table and looked in surprise at the spread of treats. Smiling, he said, "Wow." The girl, smiling broadly, said they had prepared a lot. He should not be shy and should eat his fill. Jekum said it would be better to discuss the details in private. They would leave them alone. The count thanked the man for his understanding. Medis and Eldo sat down facing each other. First, the count told the boy he wanted to thank him. The ogres had been a serious problem, and he had been gathering a squad to deal with them when the boy suddenly appeared and solved it. Magus placed a small chest before the boy and said the village had been saved because of it. He asked for nothing in return, only that the boy accept it as a reward. Veldo opened the chest and, surprised, said it was the Stone of Wisdom. Because he already owned a whole collection, Veldo planned to give it away. The Count said he did not know what it was for. The Count said he had heard that Eldo was interested in the Stones of Wisdom. This was also a thank you for getting rid of George's people, and now they would discuss the main matter. Megas said Eldo must know Georges hates him very much, and it is not just about hiding subordinates, as Eldo interrupted to say Georges is working with the Lodge of Despair. The boy said he at least suspected it. The Count looked at Eldo and said he was surprised that Eldo already knew so much, and Eldo said he thought it was possible, though he was not sure yet. The Count told Eldo he was certain he was right. His men had seen Georges' subordinates meeting at the Lodge of Despair. Georges then had those men removed so they could not give evidence. Megas said they continue working behind the scenes. Both sides are helping each other grow stronger, and action is needed before the situation gets out of control. Eldo refused, saying they should not hurry. The Count, surprised, asked what he meant. The boy said they had made a special poison this time to draw the monsters together. Eldor said he was the reason the monsters here were so vicious, and that once they finished with this town, they would move on to the next and keep going. Shocked, the Count said he was telling the truth now, but they had already done so much damage, and it was terrible. Eldos said it was not the worst thing, and that something worse remained. Angrily, he said they sacrifice people, turn their souls into magic, and have a spell that can cause a huge disaster. Mickey stared at the boy, surprised, and Eldos said that regardless, George's followers keep growing, and with their help, the Bed of Despair could trigger a magical catastrophe that would end the world. The Count shouted that this could not be, demanded to know whether such magic existed, and Eldo replied that it was the pure truth, and there was no point in lying. Magus asked how such a thing could happen, and where Eldo had gotten the information. Eldo said he had heard it at the place where he once studied, which is gone now. Eldo said that everything he'd heard so far matched their actions, so they could assume the worst. Migos said that was understandable, but a strong enemy didn't mean they would surrender. Eldo asked the Count if they still had any chance to win. The Bed of Despair was already a serious problem, and with Georges involved, they had almost no options. Magus said he was right. Their first move should be to weaken their position, not to defeat them. He was ready to sacrifice his life. Eldo looked surprised when the Count said Georges's policy of looking down on the lower classes was now being questioned. Magus added this was one reason they promoted Milia's flame spear to rank Amma. Eldo reacted in surprise that he had attracted Milia. The Count announced that for the first time, the mighty Georges could not beat an S-rank monster alone and needed her help. All the adventurers are talking about it. Eldos smiled and said, "Okay, that's good news," thinking he was glad the Storm Dragon's defeat had been useful, and the Count added that it didn't mean he wouldn't reconsider his policy. Miga said that simply using the flaming spear was too powerful. Eldo's success will be the starting point. Because of his and the newcomer's success, more people will push to revise the system. The Count said he would personally spread rumors of his accomplishments to undermine the system. Eldo asked whether he was certain. That would be declaring war on Georges. The man said he would stop hiding the monsters behind work and go public, knowing they would simply kill him. Miggy replied that so be it. This, he said, would only show George's hostility in malice again, and he would not mind dying if his sacrifice could unite people against him. Magus said there had never been an opportunity like this, and that now was the time to change everything. And Eldo, thinking this was the Count's plan, said it was certainly a good idea, but it had its flaws. The Count watched him with interest. Eldo said luck mattered too much. His chance of success was about 30%. The boy said the chance of success was too small to risk the fate of the world, and Magus replied loudly that he understood but had no choice since they were much stronger than them. Ello said confidently it would be better to strike Georges more directly, for example by exploiting his weaknesses, so they could get rid of him with less effort. The Count said they would have acted long ago if they'd had the chance, and that they knew his weaknesses, and Eldo awkwardly asked for forgiveness but was refused. Magus said he thought so. Eldo admitted he still did not know his weaknesses. As a nobleman like Georges, Eldo wanted to ask Georges a few questions. The Count said he could ask anything, and Eldo asked why Georges had so much power, noting that in a kingdom, the king should have the highest authority and questioning why Georges's words carried so much weight. The boy said a cardinal's post ought to be the church's second highest office, and Magus replied that he was only a low-ranking aristocrat. The man said he gained power about 5 years ago because of one incident. The king and a nobleman fell ill with a strange epidemic, and Georges brought a panacea that saved their lives. Aldo asked what sort of panacea it was. Magus said it cured any disease. Aldo thought that made sense. A potion like that was listed in the VVO. Aldo then asked whether the panacea was very valuable. The Count said the materials were hard to get, so Georges, who brought the panacea, was honored at the royal court, and Magus added that Georges rose to the highest nobility and earned the king's recognition. But now Georges thinks he pulled it off with the Garden of Despair, and if you tell anyone, you'll be laughed at. The Count kept spreading the rumor that you were jealous of Georgie as he consolidated his power, imposing a monopoly on medicines, so now even the royal family has trouble getting them. Elder replied that it was clear, and that was it. Then he asked the Count whether that meant it was his weakness, and Magus loudly demanded to know what he meant by that. Elbow said he could mass-produce healing potions and other medicines. The boy asked why they did not make his strength into George's weakness. Magas declared loudly that he was serious now, and he could obtain the rare Bradrana herb to mass-produce medicine. Eldo said it was most likely, and although Magus found it hard to believe, he accepted it because Eldo had done enough amazing things to earn his trust. Negus said he understood everything and would refrain from action for now, then asked Eldo whether he could make a panacea, and Eldo replied confidently that he could. The king sat on his throne in the castle while a servant knelt and said Georges was asking for an audience. The king told the servant to let him in, and a tall man entered the hall. Georges said they had not seen each other in a long time. The man knelt before the king. He told him to stand. He asked Georges why he had come. Georges asked whether he could give the soldiers the equipment. The king asked if he intended to use them in battle. The man replied he did not want to use them yet, and only wanted to prevent any problems. The king said he sought forgiveness, but could not give the kingdom's equipment and soldiers to a noble's control, and Georges reminded him that the king owed his life entirely to Georges. After a pause, the king agreed that the knights would be under his command, and Georges reassured him it was all for the sake of peace in their kingdom. Elder went into an herbal shop and asked the shopkeeper if he had any Cementa Tayumami. The man answered in surprise that he wanted to buy Tayumami. The man said he had some, but it was only fit for feeding cattle, and asked why Eldo needed it. Eldo replied it was for the kingdom's bright future. Eldo and Magus began to leave. The Count told the boy he wanted to thank him again. If the medicine could be produced on a large scale, it could save many lives. Magus added that because Georges had a monopoly on producing medicines, he was selling them at very high prices. Eldo replied that he had nothing to be grateful for yet. The Count said he was right and apologized for being so pleased. First, they needed a plantation of Bredonna grass, and they had not yet found a way to grow it. Eldo replied that he did not think he could. The Count, interested, asked what he planned to do. The man said eagerly that he wanted to take over his plantation. The boy refused, saying it was too dangerous. Eldo asked if the Count could get Bredonna seeds, and Magus said no mature plant existed yet, but the seeds could be obtained. The Count said he would get them for Eldon if needed, and the man replied confidently that it would not be a problem, adding that if there was no plantation, he would create one and grow his own plants. Eldo used a flight spell to climb the waterfall, placed a magical storage where the water falls, and said it was perfect and had everything he needed. Eldos said he needed to find a better place. Rising high above the city, He scanned the area for a suitable spot. Elder decided he needed a place with magic, closer to Elias than to where the ogres lived, and the boy spotted something and said happily that a path led outside the city. He believed stable production required labor, so first a proper road had to be built, and it was best to start with the fastest route. He flew to the path. Eldo said he would come here. The boy decided it was time to test the method. That would prove to Count Magus he could be trusted. Scattering seeds along the path, the boy said he would plant the Tayumame seeds first and then water them, open the storage, and cast the water cannon spell. Water collected from the waterfall spilled onto the path. Eldo said the seeds were scattered thinly. The soil was uncultivated, and there was too little water to rot the seed. Confident there would be no problem with the Tayumame, the boy watched as Eldos reached out, made getting the seeds to germinate his top priority, and cast the spell Magical Mockery. Wolves appeared before Eldo. Eldo looked at them and realized his taunt spell had drawn the monsters. The wolves jumped on the man who had cast the ice block spell. All the wolf monsters were dead. The boy said that was great, asked for forgiveness, but said he would have to use them as fertilizer. Eldo thought Tamame could absorb monsters. The man said it would take time. He could go back to the city for now. 2 days later, the plants sprouted. Eldo was surprised at how many had already grown. They grow very quickly, he added, and Eldo cut one bush of grass, saying the monsters become fertilizer, which is Tayumami's way of absorbing them. Eldo believed that when Tayumami absorbed monsters, it also absorbed the monster's magical power. He cleaned the grass and gathered its grains into a handkerchief. He said happily that it was great, and he had collected everything. Eldo used the fire ring to burn the grass he no longer needed. Tired, he watched the fire. Eldo believed all this was necessary to grow the Burdana herb because Tayumami roots absorb magical power, kill other plants, and quickly pull in the vulnerable Burdana seeds. Because of this, the boy said they had to burn the Tayumami roots with fire magic. He planted his sword in the ground. The boy believed Burdana grass could not grow in a normal environment. Eldo figured grass grows where it can absorb a monster's magic. When a monster dies, that magic spreads into the surrounding area. Most of that magic wasn't available to the plants in their natural state, so simply placing the monster's corpse beside the Burdana grass wasn't enough, and the Tayumami proved useful. Crushing the seeds, he sprinkled them on the ground, and Eldo thought the Tayumami had absorbed the monster's magic, so using it as fertilizer would let the Burdana grass grow. Eldo kept scattering the seeds, saying all that remained was to plant the Burdana seeds, wait for them to grow, and then use them for medicine. Smiling, Eldo inspected the Burdana grass, said there was plenty, and returned to the city to set it before the Count. Miyi then demanded loudly where it had come from. The Count, unbelieving, said it was impossible, but Eldor replied that he had indeed succeeded, growing it from the seeds the Count had given him, and Migas said the rumors about him were true. Taking the herb in his hands, the Count said this amount could yield at least 20 preparations, and if stable production could be established, it would be a real revolution in medicine. Eldos said they would need space and workers for mass production. The Count agreed and said if Eldos explained how he did it, the Count would do his best. Jakum entered the room. Eldo asked if a road outside the city led to Elias. Jekum said there used to be a field there, so people walked along that road. The man said, no one uses it now. Eldo asked what he meant and whether they would be able to use it. Jekum replied he thought so, but it is all overgrown and it will be hard to make a field again. The owner added that a huge stone was now in place and they could hardly remove it. Eldo pulled out a box containing the stone and said he would think of something. The Count had given it to him the other day. Magus asked what it was. Eldo cut him off and said it was a wisdom stone. It could enhance skills. The Count said he thought it was an ordinary gem. Smiling, Jackas told Eldo he was already strong and would become even stronger. Vegas said they would leave the clearing to Eldo and he would look for his comrades. The Count told the boy they would start production and then begin selling on the market. Aldo replied that striking at the monopoly would weaken it. The boy said that if nothing worked, they would die for nothing. Eldo asked the Count if he was sure he did not want to refuse. Migos said confidently that he was ready. The Count said loudly that he had planned to sacrifice his life for success, but he had been given a chance to stay alive. Eldo studied Magoo's closely. He dismissed it as a foolish question, but the Count, ready to do anything for his people, should not die at the hands of Georges. Eldo and the secretary went down to the city warehouse. Eldo cast a light spell to show the way. He told the girl the path was clear, and that from here she could reach the back. She smiled and said he was right. The secretary said the humanitarian aid delivered here came from Mr. Maggie's. Eldo replied in surprise that it was true. She said it was the only way to get there. It was very convenient for covert operations. The girl turned the key in the lock and spoke her mind. The owner had already told him that the place was overgrown and that it would be hard to create a field. They went outside and saw a large stone blocking the sun. Surprised, Eldo said it was a real mountain. Awkwardly, the girl replied that the stone appeared to have fallen from the nearest mountain during the disaster. She said it was fine if he decided to drop the idea and that they could settle around the stone. Elder replied it was fine and that he would break it now. The girl screamed in shock, unsure what he meant. Eldo struck the staff and unleashed a steam blast that hit the center of a dust-covered stone. Dust settled, revealing a stone with a small hole in its center. The girl stared at the man in shock. Eldo said it was clear that no matter how many times he shot, he still could not break it. The secretary shouted loudly that using such powerful magic without warning was wrong, and Aldo awkwardly said he was sorry. He added that he did not expect the stone to hold. It would be better if she moved away. Aldo smiled and said the attack would be stronger now. The girl sat down on the grass near Aldo. She said it was the first time she had seen one. The girl asked what he could do that was even stronger. Eldo answered that he does use it. The man took out a bottle of liquid. The girl asked what it was, and Eldor said he had made a potion of wisdom from the Count's stone of wisdom and the herb Bredonna, which he would drink to improve his skills. Surprised, the girl watched Eldo drink the strange liquid, then awkwardly admitted she did not know stones could be drunk, and Eldo said they tasted terrible. Eltho said the skill was Steam Explosion, now upgraded to Enhanced Steam Explosion. The boy's hands glowed with white light. He announced that his preparations were complete. She should hide. The girl cried out that it was good. Nearby, she ducked behind a rock. Elder pointed his staff at the rock and thought the Enhanced Steam Explosion was only one level stronger than the normal steam explosion. He kept thinking that in VVO only one level mattered, but that single level made a huge difference, and he was eager to see how much stronger the spell had become. Eldo struck the staff and unleashed a powerful steam blast, triggering a massive explosion that ripped the trees out by their roots as the girls screamed in fear. Jacob and the Count sat at the table when the ground trembled. The owner shouted that it was an earthquake. Elder stared at the large hole in surprise and said that he thought so. The shaking grew much stronger. Horrified, the girl asked what it was. Eldor said the explosion he had launched at the very start was only first-level magic. She asked whether it was magic, but it looked more like a natural disaster. And Eldor said he had done something to the big rock after all, so they should return to the guild. Jacum met them and said he knew the recent earthquake was his doing, and Eldo apologized for startling them and said he had given them the space they needed. Zikum said removing the big rock was expected of him. Eldor looked at the Count and said he would rely on him from now on. Migas replied yes, and told them to leave it to him. He would cover as wide a scope as possible. Eldo said there was one thing to watch out for. The Count looked at him in surprise. Eldos was warned that breeding Bridana will attract monsters to that place, and the Count listened with interest as he explained that Tayumame has a peculiar trait. When it absorbs magic, it draws other monsters to itself. The Count asked for it, so that's how it will be. That means it can't be done without placing fighters there. For example, Eldos said that generally it will attract nearby monsters, and there is also a chance boss-class monsters will appear. Eldos said he should be informed immediately if anything happened. The Count thanked him, said they needed fighters, and would look for the ones he already had in mind. The owner said he would try to create fire spear users from the lower ranks, but there are only a handful of them. Eldo was surprised it was Maria, and the man thought Maria, who had recalled her skills and become a hero, was truly strong. So if lower ranks like her joined the Miji's camp, it would be a great help. It seemed Maria was targeting the aristocracy. Opposing Georges here was pointless because he was the guild's most powerful figure and had the whole country behind him. Not wanting to get his hopes up, Eldo listened when Megas said that, in any case, they had agreed on each other's duties, then replied yes, and added full speed ahead. Later, a Bridana plantation was established, and a water source was prepared for the Tayamami plantation, and the cultivation is going well. Hunting grounds, where hunters pursue monsters attracted to the Bridana. A processing area for medicinal plants, and the production of medicines. Eldo was talking to a guy named Sabine and said admiringly that these were amazing devices and that he had not expected the Count to do so much. The man said that if production were carried out on that scale, it might allow pressure to be put on Georges. Sabin smiled and agreed. He added that only those who had spared every effort to respond to Count Magoose's request were here. Eldo thought Sibon had once been a low-ranking hand-to-hand fighter. Sibon believed he was an adventurer, but his team abandoned him when they encountered a powerful monster. He survived, but something inside him broke. Believing he had lost his income and was near death, the boy was suddenly saved by Count Migas, who gave him a plot of land and a new life as a peasant. Everyone gathered here now feels indebted to Count Migas, and the Count has once again trusted them. Eldo told him he came here to meet the Count. When the man asked Sabine where the Count was, she said he was probably at the processing site holding a meeting about drug circulation, and Eldo thanked her for her help. Eldo went into the building and saw the Count. The Count asked whether this was a processing place, and Megas confirmed it. The man then began to inspect everything carefully. He figured they had pots to grind the Bridana, but even with all the hard work here, production couldn't get going at that rate, and he suspected they were using up all the precious Bridana. Eldo kept thinking that at that scale, they could prepare as much Bridana as they wanted, and they would need to propose shifting the priority to speed and work. Eldo examined the boxes of bottles. A man approached and said these were today's batch of finished medicine. The man bowed and introduced himself as Ver. The man said he was assigned to run and oversee drug production here. He was glad to meet Eldo. Ver said he learned about the man's energetic activity from Mr. Mayig, asked them both to enter the room, and they found the man was Zickum. The man greeted Eldo, and when the boy asked if he was from the guild, he said he owed Eldo for the fiesta and opposed the occupation-based discrimination Lord Georges had introduced. The man said he would take part in their case and work in the shadow of Megas's group. Eldo asked what that meant, and Veer said he would now explain everything about the cure. He explained that with the current production, the medicines will be in every store and in every place, and they will be stored in the warehouses of the trading company Maxia. They went on to say that this would create a situation where they could be sold at any time. Eldo asked what that meant and whether it would make it possible to begin supplying residents with medicines at a low price. Elvis found that understandable and asked whether they would end up like George's. Via replied that given who they were dealing with, George's would demand unfair price increases. Magus said yesterday that an aristocratic well-wisher advised him to refuse a deal with Georges, and his wife fell ill immediately afterward. The Count added that they returned and pushed their demands further, saying he had to become Lord George's subordinate before they would sell the medicine. I told him their medicine was ready and handed him a bottle. Eldo said they were using coercive methods. The Count agreed. He added that they probably did not know where they were moving, so they could strike first and crush them, though George felt those measures were unnecessary. He kept arguing, which George probably noticed. They marked those meant for the highest ranks. If the current top ranks, after honing their skills and gaining experience, advance further, they will become very strong. So Magusa's side has gained many high-ranking allies. People are also talking a lot about him and Miria. George fears contracts from lower-ranked forces under the Count's command. Aldo realized they would soon threaten Megas's life. The boy asked the Count if they had already given him the terms of the replacement, and Megas replied, no, saying they needed to keep within limits. Elio said reasoning stops them. His duties are politics and strategy, including protecting him and everyone else. He wants to share information about an opportunity. Eldo warned that Count Magus would likely be attacked soon. The people who trained with Georges were called the Garden of Despair. Everyone looked at him in surprise.